powerful foundation through meaningful discussions, collaborative engagements, and visionary exchanges that brought together some of the finest minds from academia, industry, and innovation ecosystems. Beginning with the roundtable discussions on research, development, and innovation, we saw a dynamic exchange of ideas focused on scaling strategic sectors through stronger industry-academia collaboration. This was followed by the signing of MOUs and the disbursement of seed funding under TechSmen, marking a significant step towards transforming ideas into impactful ventures. The inaugural session, graced by the Honorable Governor of Jharkhand, further elevated the spirit of the event, emphasizing the importance of innovation, leadership, and national development. The day continued with engaging panel discussions across domains such as artificial intelligence, healthcare, material science, and earth science, showcasing cutting-edge research and real-world applications. The visit to the technology demonstration zones and centers of excellence provided a glimpse into innovation in action, while the cultural evening created an opportunity for deeper networking and collaboration. We also witnessed 10 distinguished venture capitalists together on stage, engaging directly with the young innovators, creating a rare and a dynamic exchange, bridging ideas with investment and ambition with opportunity. We continue the same momentum with renewed energy and focus in the second day of IInvenTiv2026. May I request Professor Ananya Banik to carry forward the first session of Day 2.
Good morning, everyone. So I welcome you all to the last plenary session of IInvenTiv 2026. So there will be a panel discussion now on the theme of semiconductor technology and chip design. So there we will have 3 panelists in the session. Professor Shukumar Mishra sir, our director, as a moderator, and then Dr. Arijit Bhattacharya, serial entrepreneur and strategic investor, and also founder chairman of Virtual Infocom, CEO of Co-Innovate Ventures, and also Srihari Babu, the founder and CEO of Hycon Laboratories Private Limited. So I welcome all the panelists to the dais. Please give a big round of applause for all of them. So we will have a 30-minute panel discussion in this round. So, sir, please, you can start the session.
So good morning to all, and welcome again to the second day of the session. As already told by the MC, yesterday a lot of discussion were done in different aspects of the InvenTiv, specifically on the 4 thematic area. And this session was actually supposed to be held yesterday in the first half, but due to the delay of VVIP, we could not do that. So today we are doing again that one. And this session is specifically in the domain of semiconductor. Government of India, and especially with the motivation of our Prime Minister, there is a target to reach Vikasit Bharat by 2047. And when we try to do that, one of the important component is the economics and the fund which is available in the country. You might be now seeing how the dollar and rupee equation are changing in each hour in the country. And why dollar becomes a prominent currency? Maybe 50 years ago, pound was the most prominent currency. all these things are coming in the news. No need to narrate in a big way. In that perspective, India as a country has to also make its foundation in such a way that maybe in future we will be considered as the leading nation in the world, and the economic activities will be determined by the nation which is having the highest influence in the world market. As a result, you might have seen in many news articles, we are in this trillion market, this trillion activities, all these things are coming in the news market. In this perspective, if you see, there are certain critical components which in each budget of Government of India is being considered, and also based on that, the action are being taken. In that perspective, the semiconductor mission is a big thematic domain of Government of India, and hence for our country it makes a important pinpointed domain where both academia, industry and other stakeholder has to do in a big way. As you might have experienced, very recently, in the last 3-4 months rather I will say, the chips which are coming for even making the computers are being not available in the country. As a result, there is a big delay in even getting one computing device. And you as a faculty member might have experienced that when you go for any jam, tender or many things, it is delayed by a long duration. Even our computer purchase got delayed and 2-3 times we have to cancel the tender because the vendor is telling that it is not available. So the dependency of the country and the reference frame up to which we will depend need to be defined by the market, need to be defined by the stakeholder, and need to be defined by the user of that country. Based on that, I will ask Sri Sirish Babu to put some views on this perspective, that how the semiconductor industry in the country should take a shape in the coming future so that it will help to the vision and ambition of Vikasit Bharat, and we will be able to become self-sufficient in the perspective of semiconductor and chip design.
Good morning, everyone.
You can introduce it.
Yeah, so this is Sri Hari Babu. I'm basically from pharmaceutical industry, but we understand and also depend on the semiconductor chips and AI technology. So I just want to give a little background about pharma. So when we see pharma, we are a generic industry in India predominantly, right? And we lack in new drug discovery, because we lack in the biology, identifying the disease model and then finding out the target. And also we lack in knowledge in clinical trials. So that's why we are unable to discover new drugs and develop within India. In the same way, in the semiconductor space, there are three components: the design of chips, which typically happens in US predominantly for the latest versions, including the older versions. The fabrication, the machinery to make the chips happens in Europe and Israel. Mostly those machines are manufactured there. And then final manufacturing supply happens in Taiwan, predominantly. Some parts in China. So we are not in that entire supply chain currently. My understanding is the closest thing we can get there is manufacturing, the last part, which we have started with some other chips, but not the latest NVIDIA chips or something. Those are much more complex than computer chips, right? So probably our entry point probably is a manufacturing. In the design and fabrication of machines, we are a few decades behind those developed countries. If you start even now, the cycle of chips upgrade, design, machinery is almost 6 months to 1 year. So even if you start now, in 10 years, we will be still another 10 years behind, always, because they are in a much more advanced stage. So I think it's a very good entry point to enter through manufacturing, develop the skills, understand the technology, and go into the design later. In the alternative way, the government also can invest heavily, because the investment is so heavy, it's very difficult for startups to actually fund themselves in such a complex thing. Government can invest heavily in the chip design and see if they can, we can catch up, how much we can catch up. Can we cover up decades only through investment without really true knowledge, or can you import the talent and then invest with them? So China used to do that. They import their own talent back, attract them, and then invest on them to kickstart in a nationally important areas. So you need talent plus investment to actually kickstart a design when we are so many decades behind the developed countries, at least to be able to achieve a computer chips level, if not for AI chips level. Thank you.
Thank you, Sri Babu, for giving a perspective of where we stand and how do we take care of the overall situation. Now, I have a question to Arijit, that industry looks to something which is more or less at the TRL level 8 and above. Startup and academia, if you see, the academia more or less will go up to TRL 3 and 4. Then the startup comes, and startup requires some fund to make their things, and they are also uncertain about whether they will stand in the market ultimately or not. That is why if you see, there are around 90% fallout in the startup domain and 10% are successful. In that perspective, as an investor, how do you give the reference frame for these startups who are there in the semiconductor industries? Second, the semiconductor industry, according to you, how they accept the startup, especially the Indian scenario?
Thank you so much, Professor, for the lovely question. Probably I'll give one of the examples which will make relevant context for the audience. Long back, please think about the year which I'm mentioning. In the year of 2016, 10 years back, we developed a virtual reality device of our own. I'm not talking about a software, I'm talking about a pure VR device, which had inside GPU, storage system, a cloud network, and a controller which can be controlled utilizing the buttons on the top of the VR device. We did that in Korea jointly with one of my Korean partner, and we did a complete coding part of it on the top of that. So I run a tech company for the last 28 plus years, which is working on pure artificial intelligence. And eventually, now in 2025, 2026, you're watching multiple number of motion tracking system, which is coming up in the market. And that basically happened because of the boom of the entire GPU life cycle. The reason I'm giving you that background, even we worked with Ultrabook, with Intel, with Microsoft, we did with Surface. It's a long-term game. So when we talk about investment, it's more of like we are sitting in 2026 in India, as my co-panelist was actually sharing, microprocessor, or if we look at semiconductor, this entire investment life cycle is a long-term life cycle. So from the VC point of view, if a startup is developing something completely new and unique in the market, it might happen that the market is going to accept it maybe much more later. It can be probably a device which is inside your thumb. It can be maybe an AR connected device with your smart spectacles. It can be anything, a complete new device which you are developing. So building that market needs a lot of market appetite. So it's not a question of how much money, it's a question of if the product is fit for the market itself. Now if I come back to maybe our own country, Bharatvarsh, two questions you asked me, Professor. One, the acceptance of the industry from the perspective of maybe the research fellows who are developing new kind of stuff. If that particular research works with the industry hand in hand, and industry finds that there is a market where they can sell it, then the acceptance becomes easier. And from the investment perspective, if as an investor, as a VC, we feel that we can get a return maybe within next 5 to 10 years, definitely investment is a big green signal. Now there are two factors in it. It's not about only the market or the market size. It's about the team that is developing the entire product. So if it is startup, the reason many a times startup are failing in our country, sorry for the very straightforward answer, sir. Maximum times, 90% cases, startups are actually starting their venture because there is some venture capitalist like us who will be putting some money. So if you are running by passion, that 10% people actually can build a business and they can sustain. So we act as a catalyst. So it's like either we give money, network, market connect, some of the relationship that we have built probably in the market. From there you are getting a little bit of work. So until unless there is a corporate open innovation connected with venture capital fund, it is a bit of challenging situation. Two tips. One, if you have an IP and that is a very, very solid one, valid one, which can be replicated, yes, funding is easy. Second, your team is rock solid. You have a person who is maybe from the technical background. You have another guy who understands legal or management or sales, either or. Then from the VC perspective, we usually have a tendency of saying yes. We also take a bet, we also take a risk, but it is being optimized in the market so that we can jointly can make money and do some good for the society and country. Yeah.
Very nice answer. And one important takeaway point from his discussion is that many in this audience, our research scholar and faculty members are sitting. So one very important point he mentioned, that if you have a solid IP, then it is much easier to convert that to VC funding. So that means, like in a lotus, rather in a pond, when you want to have a lotus, you have to first make the water little bit muddy. If the water is very, very clean, you will never get a lotus. Therefore, if a patent habit, a patent culture comes in the society of the researcher, it may be our PhD student, it may be our faculty, it may be the stakeholders who are there in the academic institution, then I am sure there will be lotus coming out of that. And that lotus will be definitely caught by the BC, and finally it will go to the eye of the Mata Durga. That's why we need to make it a habit and make the IP culture prominent in the academic institutions. Like you might have heard yesterday to Professor Kamakoti, who is the director of IIT Madras, he was mentioning that their target is 4 patents per day. So that type of target people are doing. The reason is to find out a lotus out of the whole gamut. Thank you for giving that very, very important tips for the academic institutions. Now, I have a question to Sri Babu. As an industrialist, CEO of a company, what do you expect from an academic institution so that a matchmaking can be done through the bridge of startup and VC?
I think even in yesterday also there was a theme coming. What is happening in the academia, what is happening in the industry. Both are important. One part they're training young minds how to think. The other parts, actual industry, we use your thinking capability later when you are going to be more mature, and then we make it into a real life achievements, those knowledge. But the people are coming from same institutions, but they are younger, but can we make something out of them even at the institutions when they are doing some research, instead of just limit to paper publication, can it be made into closer to reality? So in that way, they're also kind of industry ready, because they're already thinking what is reality of that research, how to apply to the real-time situations, and then the industry can absorb them and kickstart very fast. Otherwise, usually when we take a freshers from any industry, it takes us another 2 years. That's like another master degree with industry to make them, in terms of culture, the values, behavior, so many other things we have to teach them besides science and applied science in the industry. Then they will actually start contributing to us. So there is a education of 2 to 3 years, plus again 2 to 3 years in the industry to assimilate them to the industry. So if we can cut back that, so that's why the freshers struggle to find jobs or start at a very low packages, because they're not industry ready. Not necessarily they're good or bad or something, but we look for people who are industry ready in any field. That's the purpose of education. The research you are doing, everything is, they're all, 90% of you go to the industry, right? Remaining may stay in the academia. So how to make those 90% ready to industry, so we can start within few months of you joining the industry. So that's where industry, so we can be a part-time faculty in the industry, in the academia, or academia faculty come to industry, get few weeks of training every year to see what is happening in our place. We also see what is happening here, but both parties need to be flexible. We cannot be strict with our own situations. If we want to work together, I think we have to be flexible to each other. Ultimately, students are the winners in this process. So that's what we expect from the industry, basically.
Thank you for giving a very good perspective. The takeaway from his deliberation is that there should be a connect between industry and faculty members. In the process, when the faculty member gets connected, automatically during their deliberation and lecturing into the classes and with the students, automatically that will get reflected from their back of mind. Even if it is not there in the curriculum, the faculty will spend minimum 5 to 10 minutes while he is in the class after visiting the industry. he will definitely tell कि भाई मैं ये चीज वहां पे किया and देखा. So that input to the student will be very, very important, and hence we must increase the industry connect. Another thing what I observed from his discussion point is that the students should be industry ready. However, this discussion of students getting industry ready is going on since almost last 10 years in the country. But there is a debate always going on. What is that industry ready reference point? Because there are multiple industries, maybe 1,000 types of industry having different aspect. So as an academic institution, we will not be able to give all perspective of all these industries. However, definitely we will be able to make the student industry ready up to 70%. That is my reference point. The other 30% will be basically their own industry perspective. And as you see, when someone is the CXO level, he or she migrates from one company to other company very easily and gets synchronized with the new companies. That means if you have a talent pool, if you have a proper training how to get synchronized, how to understand the language of the industry, then you will be able to talk in the industrial language and industry will accept it. So we have to make our student in that domain trained, just like as a child, my parents taught me how to speak in the native language, because when I get birth, I don't know how to speak. Similarly, the industry has to now make some parenting to the students, and as an academic institution, we should call the industry people, VCs, as often as possible to make the student educated in the language that they want, so that the student can speak in that language. That is what probably the summary point of, yes, please.
So I would like to give one example. I know I'm asking that things that we are also doing actually. So last year, the first time I visited here, Dr. Parth Sardi's invitation. So before that, actually, I wasn't aware that there is a pharmacy or a related course in ISM Dhanbad. So I came, and then we had industry academic collaboration, and he offered 2 students to internship with us, and we took them. And it's been nearly 10 to 11 months already completed. So I can say that both of them are industry ready now. They just need 1 month to kickstart their job. So we did for students, and now yesterday I met more students. So we are again going to take probably another 2 students or so. So you have to spend 6 months or the second year in the industry. That way is one way. Or the faculty here itself train them in such a way that they are industry ready. Either way, we are okay. So I'm doing what I can do as a small company, what we can do we do for a few other colleges also. We take students who are almost, we feel like ready, but not there yet. And that 1 year is very valuable for us, for their careers. So they don't need another 1 year training. They're just ready to start. Okay.
Just to add a little bit of thing, I know that I'm sitting here as a VC, but probably in the country you will find very less amount of people who is a bootstrap entrepreneur, became a serial entrepreneur, eventually an angel investor, and now a VC, and work very, very closely with some global bank and managing the Royal Family Fund. What we did in some local colleges, we have a base in Calcutta as well, along with Korea and Dubai. In each and every places, each and every city, we have a collaboration with the local universities or the colleges. Even in Calcutta, from some of the campuses, we took 16 to 20 interns from the college. We started giving them a little bit of training, paid internship, and then eventually out of those 16, it has been filtered into 4, and we recruited 4 out of them. In some part of the world, I serve as in a humble way, serve as a visiting faculty. I think that's more important. If from the industry perspective, we go to the campus, take some little bit of classes on the relevant related subject, that creates a bond earlier. Even my tech team sometimes go there and then take some session. So what happens, we already understand and know whom we will be taking next. The only thing that left maybe after 6 months short-term courses where we are maybe taking some lecture is whether the person is a team member or not. So we are also saving approximate 6 months of our entire timeline. So that becomes a very simple, in an easy way, industry ready for the particular genre. Now, if we can take this as a culture, and maybe some of the industries, I know that not all the industries can be can have that opportunity, but then yes, if we can get at least 15 to 20 different kind of industries coming together, and then they are taking some sessions in the campus, it creates a bond with the student, it creates a bond with the faculty members, and it creates an industry ready program, even though if we don't have a solid curriculum. That's my small humble take, sir.
Thank you, panelists, for giving very nice insight into the academic industry and a bigger perspective of startup and how the fund and other things can be generated, and it is linked to IPH. Now, we need to also go to the next session at 11 o'clock. Therefore, maybe we can take some questions from the audience till the next speaker is coming. Any question, please raise your hand and you can interact. Any question?
It's not a question, just wanted to add on the same discussion. When we say industry ready, we are looking for real world examples, right? Like out of textbook, what you are studying, what exactly we are doing, how to approach a problem, how to find a solution. So that's where we say industry ready. Certainly some of the behavioral, components are also there. I have one suggestion here. Last 2 days, like since yesterday, we have such a wonderful interaction with all the faculties, young minds, all are looking for how to look for startups, what we need to do next. Can we take this as an action item? Can we draft a roadmap or maybe draft a framework? What need to do from an ideation to innovation? And innovation to build a technology, and technology to commercialization. Probably technology to commercialization may not be relevant, there you will have enough support. Can we draft a roadmap or maybe some guidelines, ideation to innovation, how to understand innovation, what is the value creation coming up, and how innovation to build a technology, so that we can add a lot of value, and probably the young minds will be certainly excited with that.
Yeah, thank you. Well taken your suggestion that we will try in that direction as well. Any other question? Any other question? So, if there is no other query or suggestion or question, then probably we can close this session and we'll go to the next session immediately, because the next honorable speaker, who is the director of IIT Madras, need to leave to Durgapur airport immediately after this session is done. Thank you all for joining in this session in this early morning.
So I thank all the panelists on behalf of IInvenTiv 2026. So now I would like to request Professor Shukumar Mishra sir, our moderator in this panel, to felicitate all the speakers in the panel. So. So, Dr. Arijit-Bhattacharya. And I would also like to request sir to felicitate Sri Srihari Babu. So now I would like to request Professor J.K. Patnaik sir to felicitate moderator of the session, Professor Shukumar Mishra sir. So I once again thank you all, and I hand over the mic to Professor Muthalika.
Thank you, Ananya, and all the wonderful speakers of the session. Over the years, IITs have evolved beyond centers of academic. These institutions are fostering innovation, supporting startups, and contributing to India's emergence as a global innovation leader. We are privileged to have with us Professor V. Kamakoti, Director, IIT Madras, a visionary leader known for his contributions to indigenous technologies and innovation-driven ecosystems, who will share his perspectives in this very important theme. May I now request Professor Sarad Das, Dean Faculty, to kindly come on stage and welcome our guest here. Sir. Thank you, sir. I now hand over the session to you, sir.
So good morning, Dhanbad. Very happy to be here. Great hospitality. Thank the director for all the great inventive that has been done. So let us start with a round of applause. Congratulating director and his team. Thank you, Sukumarji. So this is a very exciting session for us. Friends, as our Honorable Prime Minister talks about Viksit Bharat 2047. 2047 is important for a reason. Can anybody tell why is 2047 important? 100th year of independence. 1947 we got social independence. 2047 we must get technology independence. And for that we have another 21 years to go. And this technology independence will come with that very fine, articulated word called Atmanirbharta, which our Honorable Prime Minister came out somewhere in the mid of COVID, when we were denied vaccines, we were denied ventilators, we were denied, oxygen concentrators, etc. I think that was a very big eye-opener. COVID, of all the bad things that happened, but did tell India, Bharat, henceforth we'll call India as Bharat, okay? That told Bharat that we need to become self-sufficient. We need to become Atmanirbhar. And if that's not going to happen, then we'll all be eternally, dependent on the different countries. Independence is not that we are taking off or as an objective. Interdependence is what we must look at. Maybe it's not possible to do everything here, but we must do a lot of things here so that we have something to talk of when we have a negotiation with the other countries. And that can happen only when we have our own technologies. So Viksit Bharat 2047, friends, is going to be a product nation. It's going to be a startup nation. With that as a background, many of the IITs, including ISM Dhanbad, doing excellent work. I am just going to present what is happening at IIT Madras as a case study. Many of the things that I am projecting here is already happening here this morning. I had the pleasure of visiting the 5G installations for coal mines at TechMin. Phenomenal work. So congratulations to the TechMin group here. To Suraj here. Suraj, please get up. One good round of applause. If people have not seen that center here, you must go and see that. So innovation and startup ecosystem, what we are doing at IIT Madras, and how what are things that we can tell you, how we can work together, and how we can take this forward. This will be the overall objective of this particular session. Next slide. So there are 4 important wings that we should look at. One is, every institute does a lot of R&D projects. These R&D projects does not necessarily immediately translate into a product, but it enhances your scientific impact on the field. It enhances your engineering impact on your field. It enhances your technology impact on that field. It makes you understand certain very intricate details about development of certain systems. And this basically forms the basis for you to generate IPs, intellectual properties, and finally look at these intellectual properties to be tech transferred either to a startup or either to other major industries. So fundamental research, or what you call as sponsored R&D, is extremely important, and that is the green wing that you see. Next we come to the orange, where we have the School of Innovation and Entrepreneurship, which provides pre-incubation support. Today, when we look at 20% of the graduating class at IIT Madras would like to become entrepreneurs. Why? I can give you some example. Last year, one single alumnus, 1970 mechanical engineer, who continued in mechanical engineering for the last, how many years? 56 years. Donated 236 crores worth share of his company. Right? Why I'm saying that money is, entrepreneurship is essentially a very prosperous way of career pathway. It is not something that it's going to be, it make you poor. Okay. So with this interest, now we are seeing 20%, around 400 to 500 students would like to be part of a startup ecosystem. Maybe not founders, but they would like to even work for those systems. So, but then we must give them at a very young age, say in the 3rd semester or 4th semester, we have to start engaging with them on what is systems thinking, what is, what is a startup, what are financial things there, how do you manage finance, how do you manage technology, how do you make a pitch. So systems thinking and idea, creative idea generation, we need to have courses. And for that, we now have a dedicated school, School of Innovation and Entrepreneurship, which provides that support. The next thing is, some ideas have come. I'm going to talk about the orange in much more detail. But once the idea has come, a startup has come, we need to have incubation support where, there are compliances with the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, with income tax, and many, many things. So there must be a very strong support. People should not get bogged down by, doing all these activities. Somebody should register a company. Sometimes somebody should get a website up, one auditor to be appointed, board meetings there, board being formed, all these things. So that's what we do at the incubation cell. For incubation and nurturing, of course, that is more of Durga and Lakshmi. Some control and money comes from the incubation. Of course, the parent institute gives the Saraswati there. Okay, so everything in this world happens with Durga, Lakshmi, and Saraswati. Durga is control, Lakshmi is money, Saraswati is education, and that we get here. The next, the red wing that we have recently started is to globalize. Friends, one thing that we need to understand, that if we solve a problem for Bharat, we have solved for the entire world. The vaccine that was invented at the other part of the world worked at -6 degrees centigrade or 6 degrees centigrade, whatever. If we had just used that vaccine here, then it would have taken 10,000 rupees to inject one dose. And Bharat, I want all of you to clap for it, 275 crores vaccine has been done. Give a loud applause for this boy. I think this is where we are proud. We donated these vaccines to the other countries. We not made one, but we made two vaccines. Two vaccines that work in our country, right? So, Bharat has everything here. We have a very cold climate. We have a very wet climate. We have deserts. We don't have water at one point. So we have a very big diversity, and that is our unique selling point, that if we have a solution, for example, the vaccine, for Bharat, we have for the entire world. And that is where this IITM Global has come up, where we develop indigenous technologies, we experiment it in India, we experiment it in Bharat, and then take it forward to other countries, and globally we like to have an outreach, and that is the fourth wing. So all these four wings are extremely important to have a very vibrant innovation and entrepreneurship, framework within an institution. And I'll very quickly touch upon each one of this within the time provided, and we'll have some time for questions. Okay, next slide. So the research projects are three parts. One is basic research, as I mentioned, then translational research, which essentially translate to a product, then transformational research. I think that we should, because ultimately a technology is something that will enhance the living quality of a human being, living quality of anything that has life in the, it can be, birds, it can be marine, it can be, human beings today. What does tech mean? Your own TIH does is basically improve the quality of people, quality of working condition inside a mind for a human being, right? So always you should have this transformational component, and that makes the institute really, really important. Really, the perception of the institute increases. So we are doing, we'll give you some examples of academic research, translational research, and transformational research as you go by. But at IIT Madras, we have 1,730 plus projects that are ongoing, and 700 plus industries are involved, 60 plus sponsoring agencies, and we file more than 400 IP annually. That is more than one patent a day. We have touched almost 1.2 or 1.3 patents a day. Next. Okay, so this is the trend. What you see at 2018-19 to what we are seeing at 2025-26, we have almost triple of what we were doing. And also the grants have been consistently tool from a company called Excel Scout from Chandigarh. The Dean R&D can basically note of this. So this basically, you go and give an idea, it tells you whether it's a good idea, bad idea, what are the competing things. Now you go and work on that. It helps you to a level where you can even draft the patent today. And that is something which is extremely interesting. And that also had played, this type of interventions had played. When I took over as Associate Dean, of R&D at IIT Madras in 2018. Occasionally people used to come and visit the IP center. And when Manu started as Associate Dean and became Dean R&D, now it is like a dental clinic, okay? To get the appointment of the IP officer, it's very difficult. And yesterday, just 2 days before, I love that building, the ICSR we call. The entire floor now today is occupied by the IP wing. So this is the growth that we need to encourage, because unless you protect your idea, then it is completely going to be stolen. So, and these ideas are very, very important. And friends, in the last 6 years, if you look, we hardly had some rejections. Rejection is less than 1%, right? So we are really putting very high patents into this. I'll give you some examples. Next slide. So again, on the technology transfer, we transfer a lot of, the money part is less because we transfer technologies to the startups and basically in return of equity, right? So that is the important thing. And we have been continuously, transferring a lot of technologies. For example, in 2025, we have transferred 48 technologies. Now already 2026, we are somewhere in March, and we have already transferred some 21 technologies. So all these technologies that we make as patents, we actually basically give to the startups so that they can start using this. And whenever they make money, we get it back in equity to keep the system running. It's not a profit-making entity. We are non-profit, but we encourage the startups. So this is a very interesting model that we can, and I will give you some examples of this as I go forward. Next. So in this context, we see that once we had this system in place, of course, some awards come. So we are NIRF 1 in innovation. Atal ranking was there before NIRF. So we were consistently on the top. National IP awards we got in 21, 22, and 25. CIA award last 2 years, and CIA awards on excellence for women in STEM. All these things have basically come up because of this heavy hard work that we had put to basically see that innovation and entrepreneurship and idea creation and idea licensing is part of this entire ecosystem. Next. So very quickly, I invite all of you to come to IIT Madras at some point of time. Whenever you travel to that part of the country, please do come. So we have a direct flight from Durgapur, which I'm going to catch today. And I think 2 hours it takes you. So we are only 2 hours away from you. So this whole thing happens. This is the entire infrastructure that we have at IIT Madras. First thing is to ideate a problem and pre-incubate. Ideate is converting an idea partnership. We have a C5. C5 is Center for Innovation. That phi is FI in Greek. Then we have Nirman, which is a pre-incubator. Then we have this GDC, Gopalakrishnan Deshpande Center. Chris Gopalakrishnan, many of you will know him. And Desh Deshpande, both are great entrepreneurs, very successful entrepreneurs who gives us a lot of money, continues to give us. I call them Kamadenu. So when there's a lack of money, just call them. They'll send us this money. Okay, and then we have an entrepreneurship cell. So there is also an innovation ecosystem project, and IIT Madras has a Center for Social Innovation and Entrepreneurship. So many things exist. And all these things are currently coming under the School of Innovation and Entrepreneurship. The next is incubate. So for that, we have this mother IITM incubation cell. We have the RTBI, IITM's Rural Technology Business Incubator, IITM Bio Incubator, Health Technology Incubator. FinTech is also starting. This slide. Every time I use this slide, there's something I like to add. We are doing more on that. Sustainability Incubator is getting added. And then IITM Pravartak Technology, which is equivalent to your TechMin here. It is from the DST. So these are all the incubators which will convert your prototypes to startup companies, right? Last one is the support, where we have many consortiums here. The Energy Consortium, Center for Automotive Research. We have the Robert Bosch Center for Data Science, the Center for Non-Destructive Engineering Testing, and then we have energy engine, so many things. We have several centers of excellence. We have just calculated 38 centers of excellence, which will support these fellows technically to go to a successful level. And we are also, again, yesterday, as I mentioned, we are talking of the Valley of Hope. We are also generating fund, it's called IITM Unicorn Frontier Fund, to basically support these startups to come to the next level. So this is here. So at this point, we have 300 plus investors, we have 100 plus mentors with a business focus. They are outside the IIT, they are alumnus of IIT, they are well-wishers of IIT who come here. And we have 120 plus IIT Madras faculty who have this tech focus, mentors and promoters of these things. So this is the 4 stages, and we have so many organizations inside which support these 4 stages. There are 4 things here. One is teaching and academic programs, innovation and research, ventures and startups, and ecosystem and partnerships. So 4 verticals are important here. Next. So some of the things, first thing is that we leverage, we don't duplicate. We have IITM's 1,000 crore plus R&D infrastructure. The government gives us funding. We have so many projects. We leverage on where every program, studio, and fellowship is oriented towards some venture creation, right? Something, right? It should lead to some deliverable product. A venture I could define roughly as a deliverable product. And then the school that carries the philosophy of leveraging, that works with the best in the world to create a boundary-less ecosystem. What we have done is completely interdisciplinary. I'll give you 1 or 2 examples as I predict. If mechanical engineering sits and says, I will do only mechanical engineering, there's no survival. Right? If civil engineering says, I will only do civil engineering, there's no survival. So there are a lot of cross-disciplinary work that we need to do, and the National Education Policy has encouraged this interdisciplinary work. Our whole innovation system became more and more vibrant when we started introducing this interdisciplinary dual degree programs, where a student who studies mechanical engineering can do robotics as a specialization and get a BTech in mechanical and an MTech in, robotic engineering. So we started, like we have 18 such programs now, and that is going to really, that has really helped us to nurture this innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in the institute. Next. So, so these are all some of the things that the SAI is basically now consolidating. We have access to live IP and research labs. We have full life cycle, India's most active deep tech incubator we have. I'm going to talk about the incubator down. Now with these 2 put together, we can give a full life cycle of a startup within the campus. And that's also very important. And we have multi-institutional national reach, right? Several projects that we have which have more than 1 institution involved. And we do leverage our NIRF 1 ranking to basically get more government partnership and corporate CSR conversations, at least to start with. And we have many faculty founders who are serial entrepreneurs, who have shown success, who have delivered on the ground. And I will demonstrate this 1 to 6 within an. So on the ideate side, we have the Center for Innovation, we have the Gopalakrishnan Deshpande Center. But I would like to say some very interesting examples here. Carbon Zero Challenge, right? Carbon Zero Challenge we are doing it for last 7-8 years. That it doesn't come one day that we listen to a pitch and we nurture that company. But what we do is we start with challenge 1, which will be a light challenge where they make a report. Then the challenge 2, where they actually make a design. Challenge 3, we guide them. Challenge 3, where they make a prototype, demonstrate, and then they get incubated. So we live with the startup from the ideate stage all the way to the support stage. So this is extremely important, and that's why I strongly believe this 80-20 rule is a nonsense if we do these type of activities. 80-20 rule is only 20% of the startup will survive, or even 5% of the startup will survive. We want to break that myth. Every startup will survive, right? And that is possible when we involve with them on a regular basis. At every step we guide, and we are seeing that success. And this is what we say, this is the entrepreneurship cell of IIT Madras, where we take these and nurture them all together. And it's not just IIT Madras students. Any brilliant kid across India can basically come and leverage our ecosystem. And this is something that we have achieved. So our motto is IITM for all. In Tamil we say Anaivarukkum IIT Madras. Everybody, anybody who has an idea can come to us and we are going to help them. So this is where we are today. Now, one of the other thing on, see for example, multi-institution I just mentioned about, I want to give this example of KISM, which is Kotak IITM Save Energy Mission. We have set up 7 250 kilometer radius. They will find the MSMEs. This is medium scale or enterprises. One of the important money that they spend is on energy. So we do an energy audit of these MSMEs and recommend them solutions so that they could bring down their energy bill. And we have done that. This is the third year it is running. In the first year itself, we gave recommendations for 200 crores. Of course, my MSMEs did not have that much money to invest, but we got an investment of around 25 crores. All the suggestions we gave, 25 crores investment happened. From that 25 crores, today we see that 100 crore they have recovered within the next 2 years. So a 25 crore investment essentially gave a 100 crore return, but it's not just the 100 crore, it actually gave a lot of energy reduction, energy consumption reduction. And these are some things that really will impact the MSME growth of our country. In our envisaged multi-trillion economy, MSMEs are going to play a very, very important role. I just gave this as an example of how multi-institutions can work together and create a national impact. Next. So, this is what has happened with C5 and Nirman. We have trained around 300 teams, 1,100 students are involved, 35 international awards, 500 students at the Sudha Center Innovation Hub. Every day we have 500 footfall. We have 95 IPs filed, incubated 450 companies from IITM, IC. The evaluation of this itself has crossed 1,000 crores. We are generating an 80 crore annual revenue and 2.79 crore agreements, 70 of them. And the continuity rate is 81. Yeah, example of how many people continue the entrepreneurship without dropping, right? So these are all some of the very interesting mentorship that we do at the Center for Innovation and Nirman, which is a pre-incubator. Next. So, friends, these are the success stories, right? And Agnikul Cosmos, only company in the world to print a 3D printed rocket, right? And they can print the rocket in 72 hours. Friends, let me give you a very simple calculation. 120,000 satellites are necessary in the low Earth orbit. Low Earth orbit is 350 kilometers from ground level. Now, 120 satellites an hour. Every 15 minutes you have to send a satellite. Where are the engines? To make a rocket engine, 3,000 plus soldering points. And when you solder, when you attach something, there's a point that it will break. Right? And it takes 3 months to make this engine. Friends, here is a company which has, again, I repeat, which has students from at least 7 departments of the 18 departments of IIT Madras, who have come out with this technology. They use Inconel, which is a metal, and they 3D print the rocket engine in 72 hours. And with the printer, not just 4 they can print in 72 hours. Right? And this is going to be a real challenge to the great, satellite companies of the West. And I'm very confident that this company will become one of the best companies in the space technology. They did a pre-launch, and what you see there, in the pre-launch, 4 times the launch, they had to stop. And at one time, the launch was stopped 90 seconds before they say go. And that was done by a young girl. For her to achieve the same thing in, say, NASA or ISRO, it will take 25 years to reach that level. Within 18 months, she is in that level. And she gets that experience. She had the courage, so many people watching. And she said, no, stop. There is something going wrong. And this is what, startups can give you. This experience you will not get anywhere. So I tell all my boys and girls that, to just in your biodata write, I am a failed entrepreneur is the best statement that you can put in your biodata. And that will teach you millions of lessons which not one big job can teach you. I think this is something many kids must experiment. If they don't have a financial pressure, they could still sustain for a couple of more years after the degree program. They must venture into entrepreneurship and do it. So Agnikul is just a very great example. They are in Series B. E-plane company, just vertical takeoff. It can go at 300 kilometer range. In another 2-3 months, we'll have the first thing. They have cleared all airworthiness tests. They are at Series A funding. Direct Technologies, Plan is Galaxy, Cyfox. Galaxy is a wonderful SARS, synthetic aperture radar company, which can basically do satellites, which can give very precise information about weather information, even in cloudy weather. It can be at a low Earth orbit of 350 kilometers, and this for Earth observation. Cyfox Health, Trigen decarbonization, 20, so many things. So this is just 8 of the 500 plus companies that we have. Next. Innovation, and we are looking at there are many topics that we could talk of here. The research will be focused on venture science and ecosystem dynamics. This is very, very important. Ultimately, you get a product out of it, patent it, productize it. So it's a very risky thing, but if you can take that level and address it, I think it's going to become quite. Then MTech dual degrees, as I told you, this is what IDD means, the interdisciplinary dual degree program. This is also one very important thing. And we are also planning a lot of executive and certificate programs for basically bringing in an entrepreneurship culture across Bharat. Next. So we do have, so what does each of this do? There is a studio for sustainability, which talks about energy, which talks about the 17 sustainable development goals. Friends, if you don't know about this, please go and look at SDG 1 to 17 of the United Nations and by heart it. I think it's extremely important. All the research that you do, all that you study, if it is not aligned with the sustainable development goals, it doesn't have a future. All your projects, even now I've been telling at IIT Madras that every thesis should have one paragraph stating which sustainable development goal it is aligned to. The next one is digital and AI. We have the Vadvani School of AI. I'm sure Vadvani also has started yesterday. I'm very happy that it has been inaugurated by the Honorable Governor of Jharkhand yesterday. We have a Studio Bio, which talks about the bio incubator. See, bio today, there is a company called, I just got the name. I'll get the name. So this company actually makes a micro fertilizer and Fipsol. Sorry, thank you. Fipsol. And, you just put some milligrams of that along with water and, soak the seed before you plant it. And I have personally experimented it in my field in Tanjavur. And I immediately got a 12% yield increase. So this is very simple. And so these are type of research that are happening in bio, right? And so that's also extremely important today. We are also having the Indian medicines which can cure some of the diseases. One of the things that we must understand is Indian medicine looks at the root cause of an headache and solve the root cause rather than solving the headache. So this is a simple example for this. And there are a lot of research that need to be done from the herbal point of view to get the scientific validation that, the whole world is looking for. Then we have Studio Moonshot, which talks about all the blue sky. Agnikul, Ether Energy, all these are moonshot, right? Can I print a 3D? So just think big, take some money, experiment it, and slowly progress. And that is what is moonshot. Next. Right, so we are trying to give some, innovation as a service, like software as a service, innovation as a service, right? So we are working with the industry, MSME, to basically give us some problem statements And then we have this portal called ICON, which will be a AI-assisted matching for that problem statement, who are all the IIT faculty who can take it. And matched with the expertise that is needed to solve that problem. And then we have this entire IITM community of students, PhDs, and faculty. They respond to this. And then we do the solution matching. So this is sort of like, Bharat matrimony. We have innovation matrimony that we would like to do here. Next. So we have this Titan network. I'm sure you also have very big Titan network. Every institute has the Titan network. And for the 3G IITs, of course, we can leverage the 2G and the 1G IITs to create this. And everybody can leverage everybody else to do this. So just an example here, what IIT Madras has, we have Chris Gopalakrishnan, who talks about global ambitions. Sridhar Vembu, software as a service, Atmanirbharta, die-hard nationalist. Deshpande, who's deep tech and social innovation. He does a lot of things. Whatever he touches, your coal will become gold. Okay, so he's a very lucky hand. Venki Harinarayan is at the Google and Stanford, AI and Translation Research. Sunil Wadhwani, of course, one of the Wadhwani brothers, who is our distinguished alumnus, again talks about social impact, like what the Wadhwani Innovation Network does. So these are all some of the Titan network, and we should leverage this Titan network. As a country, we need to leverage, not just IIT Madras. And then we have several visiting chairs position who comes and gives intensive short-term courses, studio mentorship. They just grab a startup and ask them what they are doing, give them some gyan. And I find that youth never likes advice, except at these instances where we can give them advice, they take it humbly and they follow it also. NPTEL is the National Program for Technology Enhanced Learning. We have several courses, including mining courses from ISM Dhanbad. I think this is going to be, we co-produce a lot of NPTEL modules so that this great education, actually very focused education, reach the masses. And then, of course, the global network activation. Put together, we will have around 600, 700,000 alumni across all the IITs. And I think this global network we need to activate. And in addition, certain efforts like IITM Global will take us to the global reach. Next. So we have many things. What is inside Center for Innovation? We have large prototyping hall, which is for the students, by the students, to the students. Whenever I go late back home, around 10 o'clock, I just want to just refresh. I've been seeing only files from the morning, so Mishraji also will agree with me. So I want to refresh myself. I go to that at 10 o'clock, it will be bubbling busy, right? And the students will not even know that I have come. And some students who see me say, why this fellow has come here? So that's the feel they have. It's completely run by them. And then the design factory and the thinking labs and labs. I think this is the way we nurture this entire. The place also matters. The type of facilities you offer also matters. But we should all start working towards trying to get, test beds, infrastructure, very high-end equipments, specifically for the startups or the ideas to be quickly prototyped and translated and quickly progress towards the next TRL levels. TRL is technology readiness level, and we would like to go from 1, which is basically a concept, to 9, which is a product that could be sold. So that's a long journey, and we must have these infrastructures that can quickly train, and that is something which every IIT is aspiring to, but we can collectively do much better. Next. So we also have this bridge program. Currently, we have taken as a sample, we have IIT Hyderabad, Mandi, Bhopal, Raipur, NIT Raipur and NIT Meghalaya. And what we do is this, basically we have bridge, this whatever ecosystem we have, we are trying to make it, IIC must be part of this. Next. Now, very quickly on the IITM incubation cell. Next. So we established it 12 years back, and we had several things there. So the next. Today we have 560 startups, 276 who have graduated, 185 are still incubatees. We have got an investment of around 17,550 crores, which is US 2.1 billion in today's exchange rate. And the valuation has touched 71,500 crores, which is 8.5 billion. And the incubation cell holds on an average have been created, and 700 plus patents they have filed altogether. So this is the entire ecosystem here. And we started Startup Shatam, like a patent a day, Startup Shatam. So last year we incubated 103 startups, and this year I'm very happy to tell you, just a financial year that ended, we have incubated 110 startups. Next. And these startups are not vanilla startups or which, basically do some small applications. Please look at this. Waste to value, water sanitation, livelihood, fintech, agri-tech, consultancy, edtech, energy, net zero, IoT, cyber physical, biotech, health tech, AI, SaaS, we have some. Manufacturing robotics is leading, right? So this is a very, very high deep tech type of startups. And as you see, 61% idea, come to IIT Madras, we'll try to make you into a very successful startup. And this is our social commitment. And so we have more than 1,063 founders as on date, and it's growing. Every day we do quite a bit of work, right? Next. So these are the startups for the financial year 25-26. So we just put this as in our wall of fame. This is what is achieved this year. Next. So the incubation, we are now, so we get around in 24-25, so this is where our country is leading to. Just an example here. In financial year 24-25, we got 734 startup applications. That means average 60 per month. Every day, 2 applications, including holidays. But in April 25 to March 26, we got 1,100 startup applications. This is average of 100 per month. So every day we are getting 3, right? In the morning, afternoon and evening, we are getting one startup application in an average. So this is how the country is growing. So the inclination of the young population to become entrepreneurs is increasing. And this trend, I'm sure we see in all the IITs and NITs and the IISc. And I think this is what we need to encourage. And I think that is going to be the thing. So that's why we have the statistics here. Next. So in 25-26, it's touched 110 now, 105 plus. Please note that 62 companies are from external founders and 43 companies are from IIT, Madras, alumni, faculty, etc. And 7 from our own Nirman. So this is the ecosystem where we try to make it pan-India so that, we get more number of people to benefit from the entire ecosystem that we have created. Next. Okay, so this we have just put, but just for your understanding here, what you see in the bottom is the revenue. Out of this 560 startups, right, just in the financial year 25, less than 1 crore revenue generated is 25, 0.5 crore is 45, 0.2 crore is 70, all are running. 100K to 2000K in terms of 2000 crores is fine. And in this, we got a seed funding for around 26, pre-series for 60, Series A, which is greater than 15 crores for 14, Series B plus is greater than 50 crore. So we are slowly trying, the investors are pitching in more and more on a yearly basis to not just give them 50 lakhs, 10 lakhs, 50 lakhs, but talk in crores, tens of crores, right? Even a crore is not a big money, Tens of crores is what we have reached. And I think this is going to go up in the near future. Next. So very quickly, these are, I just wanted to end with some examples. Quick. Aether Energy with the Iran war, we have gone. Friends, we invested 5 lakhs in this company. They are returning 120 crores, right, within 12 years. They have gone IPO. This is one of the biggest unicorn. So very quickly, seed round to 6.5 crore in 2014. 60 Indian cities, Nepal, Sri Lanka. Last year, financial year 24, they are given the thing, 1,754 crores is the net revenue. Right? Fleet operations, it's a very, very great company. Now they are basically going up in a very big way. What you see on the right-hand side is NeoMotion. This is for the physically disabled. And if you ask a Bharat student from Bharat, why do you want to make a startup? They never talk about money. This is very heartening to us. They talk about, I'm trying to do that, and you tie up, and the chair will move to make them stand. Okay? On the day of inauguration, at the end of that program, when national anthem was sung, for the first time in their life, these people got up, right? And that was very, very heart-touching. So this is the impact that we get from startups like this. Next. Space, aero, defense is a very booming field for us. Of course, Agnikul, Cosmos, I talked about them in great detail. And as you see, all these we started in 2018. We are now at 500 million evaluation. They are getting 500 million rupees, $500 million evaluation by 20. Babies. Elephant, once it gets pregnant, takes 3 years for the elephant cub to be born. But it will be an elephant. Okay. So this is deep tech also is like that. You need to be very patient. So when we gave the Frontier Fund that we are going to launch shortly, but when we announced it, I thought we wanted to create this 1,000 crore for this Valley of Hope. And I thought some 2-3 fellows will come. It's a lofty idea. But friends, I found 30 people beelining within the date of expression of interest. And then several people said, we missed, sir, I said, sorry. Right? So the person whom we selected, the Unicorn Venture Fund, the Bhaskar there, is one thing we liked about him is that, sir, we will put the money, wait, right? Ether took 13 years, as you see here. Agnikul, 20, 30, 31, they'll be in a great spot. They'll be valued at several $1 billion, but we have to wait. So this is, again, what does it indicate? For you to be a deep tech startup, for you to be a deep tech entrepreneur, it's very, very important that you have patience. You work on the details, but be very patient. There'll be a lot of failures, but few success which will just overshadow all the failures and take you to a great height. This is what these lessons teach you. That's why I'm putting these companies on the screen here. Next. Galaxy. Today it's rocking. Today they are the first to have a synthetic aperture radar, and their cameras are doing extremely well. And they are set to launch the Drishti satellite with SpaceX in mid-2025. Okay. Next. A patient, it comes as an ambulance, and grows. And if you come to IIT Madras, we take you to the Innovation Campus. They have a very large infrastructure that they have created there. Next. Eon Space Labs is a leading company specializing in state-of-the-art optical payloads for Earth observation. It's going very, very well. Next. AML, of course, no marriage is complete without payasam. No presentation is complete without A and ML. So let me just do this. So Unifor was the first company, November 25. It is at 2.5 billion valuation. And they exited. We put some money and then they gave back a very good, exited with 11.5 crores for some 5 lakh or whatever we put there. Minus that, see the whole thing. They have 15 offices across countries. They have an office in Israel, France, Spain, UK, Singapore, Philippines, and Japan. So they are truly multinational today. But they just started at IIT Madras. Next. Without milk, nothing can happen. And this is a wonderful thing. And you see the type, how many, they have partially, number of partners they have, if you count, it's quite high. And they basically touch the grassroots of food security in the country. Next. Plan is again an online submersible inspection solutions. Today, the way we look at, there are submarine cables. There is no, I'm sure, is going to give us a lot of things that we can go and do, in the water, in deep waters. That's one example, but there are other very interesting examples that they are bringing in here, including lake cleaning, etc. So this is also a company incubated in 2015, and they are going extremely well today. They are operating in Singapore, Middle East, Netherlands, and Europe. It's a very important company. Next. Quantfluence is about quantum technologies. Dhwani analytic intelligence is basically using ultrasound to find many, many things here. So these are all some highly deep tech companies with a lot of patents, and they can do a lot of things here, which can, for example, and this brings in AI, robotics, the core engineering all together to come out with a very interesting platform. Next. So Detect is going to be a star company in my opinion. And they are doing extremely well. They have AI and IoT offerings and see that things are running 24/7. And if there is going to be a failure, they could predict the failure in advance and see. So it can be in any pipeline, any factory. You can put IoT and sensors and basically detect in a reasonably, in a reasonably large amount of time from the point it is detecting till the point a failure can actually happen, and it can basically give you suggestions. And this is growing very, very deep, and I am very confident that it will be a unicorn within next few years. Next slide. Okay, Hyperverge is also a deep tech AI company which is looking at computer vision and digital identity verification solution. This is founded by Kedar Kulkarni, Vignesh Krishnakumar, and so many other young people today. And 350 plus enterprises are using this, including Bharat Pay, Jupiter, Tata Capital, Hero FinCorp, and many of them. So this is touching the cybersecurity, digital identity verification. And this is another very important problem today. If there's a mistaken identity from a digital side, your entire transactions, financial or health or whatever, can really be compromised, and they give you a very interesting solution. So, next. Solinas is water and sanitation asset management startup. So this, when the Supreme Court announced that there should not be any manual scavenging, the order came in the afternoon. Evening they had a product which can completely remove manual scavenging. And the first robo, it's a robo which can do septic tank cleaning, right? And the first robo was given to a lady whose husband expired due to manual scavenging. So that's a social impact we had. Defined the project, but very heavy technology is involved to get a very optimal manual scavenging, septic tank cleaning robo. And it has been used for many things. Next. Healthcare is becoming extremely important. Friends, many of you would have gone to a dentist. To keep your mouth open, they put one stick there, and that stick is imported. So 90% of your things are imported, and we need to have technology in healthcare. COVID taught this lesson in a very big way, and so we have many healthcare things. Medibuddy is one, is the most trusted healthcare platform which is serving more than 3 crore plus Indian. But friends, but then long way to go, but they are already in a very fine, financially they are in a very good position. Next. So Medisim VR, it's designing the future of healthcare training. It's a VR-based healthcare education partner. Today, I want to do an eye operation. I can't make a novice go and, if the doctor says a new doctor, fresh doctor is going to operate on your eye, be it even a simple cataract operation, you'll run off from the operation theater. So a lot of VR training is necessary, and this is what this company does. It's not just eye operation, but it does on lot more of abdomen scanning, and so many things are part of this. Next. Semiconductor, it's a big deal. In this room, just calculate, we will have more than 1,000 plus microprocessors. The processors come as a black box. It also looks black, and it's actually a black box. Yes, it does do what you want, but you don't know whether it will not do what you don't want it to do. And that's the biggest problem that we face. And today, we have companies now who have made the first chip from India. It is not that we are done. So MindGrow is going very well. Now it has got several partners now. But more than that, they will start having a lot of revenue starting this financial year. Next. So you can stay connected with us. Next. The last, but what makes all these things possible is the IIT Madras Research Park, where we bring several unlike minds together. Right? And what you see here on the floor, on the bar chart on the side, we see around 16, 20, 18 different verticals, and we have companies belonging to each of these verticals. And the employees that talk freely. They also interact with IIT. So we bring in a lot of interdisciplinary agenda into this whole thing, and that makes the IIT Madras Research Park, one of the leading research parks in our country, a very vibrant place. Next. So these are all some of the things. We have Tatas, we have Saint-Gobain, we have many things, right? You can just look into this. We have some of the very big names and very smaller names also. But then all of them are together on this. Just a semblance, just a small representation. We have many more. They need to earn that much points every year. Otherwise, they will be asked to move out. And those points are related to how much they contribute, how much they talk to IIT Madras, how many projects they do together, how many of their students are doing PhD here, how many of our students they hire, and all these things are equated. So there's a very comprehensive mechanism by which they are evaluated, their interactions are evaluated, and if they don't come to that level, then we ask them to move out. So this is very, very important. So we enforce this, and that's how the industry-academia collaboration is in place, where there is a skin in the game for both the institute and the industry partner. Next. So last one more minute, is the IITM Global. So we need to go global, and that is going to give us a lot of prosperity. So there are 4 verticals that we are looking at. One thing is, we take our startups and give them an access to the foreign market. We bring investors from abroad to invest in our startups. We do technology, and doing research in India is also much cheaper and much frugal when compared to other parts of the world, for very good reasons. And so we can bring those projects back to the institute, do the research and give them back. So this is a very strong collaboration that the institute would like to have from other parts of the world. So to start with, we are going to set up, this is a Section 8 not-for-profit company that we have set up, foundation. It's called IITM Global Foundation. And we'll have 6 offices, 2 at USA, 1 at Germany, 1 at UAE, which is Dubai, whenever it's ready, and then UK and Malaysia. So we will be expanding it. In the next 3-4 years, we want to look at 25 such establishments across the world. And we are already seeing a lot of people showing interest on this. This globalization is extremely important, friends, to take our startups to the other part of the world. And unless they get this global experience, we are missing a very big boat there. Next. So these are all some things that we have done. I'll just skip this in the interest of time. Next. So, press. Ade, thank you. There's time, I can answer some questions. It's up to you.
Thank you, sir, for this wonderful, engaging session that we all witnessed today. We'll take up 2 questions from the audience. Anybody?
Yes. Yeah, you are. Okay. Which department? Humanities. Okay.
Take this one. So I'm doing a project. My final year dissertation is on manual scavenging. So I just wanted to know how much IITM collaborates with the HSS department in your college. Because the graph that you were showing, the pie chart, in which all the interdisciplinary things were there. So if you could shed some light.
Very good. Thank you very much for this question. If you have a best question about it. So, okay. This is for you, madam. Please come. There she comes. So, so it's a very, very important question. HSS is the backbone of this entire pie chart. Okay. Today we are seeing on the policy side, there are a lot of work that is happening. So especially on the energy conservation, on the energy systems, we are seeing multiple projects. Come, please come, madam. Photo dal dena. So he will take it. All the best. Oh, you want? Okay. Thank you. On the energy, on the policy side, everything finally needs to have a policy. If you don't have a policy, then it's gone. For example, Indian Semiconductor Mission, we have a policy, right? We have DLI, we have PLI, deployment linked incentive, production linked incentives. Now, how do you come out with these policies? Lot of work is happening there. So HSS plays a very important role. We have a Center for Technology and Policy, and that is a very big role, number one. Number two, we are looking today at digital memory. Right? There's a group, Abhishek and Merin Simiraj, who are looking at digital memory per se. So memory is, today we ask, where is your money? It is basically a 32-bit field in the Oracle database, right? So we want to make it an India database, okay? And if somebody goes and, meddles with that, then you are gone. If they make it 0, you are poor. Make it negative, you are a pauper, okay? So everything is digital today. So what is digital memory? And that itself is a very big research that is happening. Number two. Number three, we are also looking at, today, if you look at responsible AI, it has its roots in philosophy, right? It needs lot more of intervention here. And we are looking at, the Center for Responsible AI, which many of the institutes today have. We are looking at humanities input in a very deep sense. Fourth thing is, I have 10, but I'll stop at 4. I hope that will convince you, madam. Okay. So, okay. The fourth important thing is today natural language processing, right? NLP today is very, very important. Language is important. The language, colloquial language is important. For example, I was handling JEE, meaning I was a center representative in 2007 or some range there, where, we said that we will have Hindi question paper. That year, everything was faithfully translated to Hindi. Like acceleration. Do you know what is Hindi for that? Translated. And when the students saw that Hindi question paper, they said, sir, we need the English question paper. Okay, right? So that's the problem. So today, technology translation is not just about translation, but that colloquial translation. So there are a lot of interventions from the humanities side that is necessary. These are 4. And today, wellness. Wellness today, there is an inner engineering. We have a group on inner engineering, if you come there. I also see yesterday, there is this Isha foundation, and I saw in many of the cars, 4 cars that I traveled has that Yogi Shiva idol in Jharkhand yesterday. So, I don't know, I think they have a good following. But that foundation, we have some tie-up also on meditation and stuff like that. And that basically, we just, one of our 1970 alumnus, 1965 alumnus, has become a Sant Rajinder Singh Ji Maharaj. Okay, he has 1 million followers. Okay, he's an alumnus of IIT Madras, and he came and we have started a meditation center. But in that meditation center, we have EEG and other things. So we are now trying to study how meditation is going to improve your wellness, your attentivity, and other things, which is a very, very important aspect of education today. So humanities, and this center is opened in the Humanities Social Science Department. So I think lot of humanities can come together with engineering, and we can do something together to make our life very big. Okay. Thank you for this question. Yes. It's very inspirational. The journey and your talk. I think the mic is, just switch it on.
So, now it's working, yeah. So, I have 3 questions. You can choose one to answer.
I'll answer all 3. So I had a brilliant alumnus at IIT Madras. His name is C.R. Muthukrishnan. He became a deputy director later. In those days, they say give 8 questions and answer any 5. He was so arrogant, meaning I don't call it arrogant, legitimate pride. He answered all the 8 and said, well, at any 5. Okay.
So that's exactly the success means. Yeah. So my first question is that for a work like this, which starts from 0 and taking it upwards, in the beginning, how do you find things are going on a right track? Because in industry, we have a natural tendency of looking at KPIs. But innovation, what's the KPI which says that you are on right track?
I'll answer this and then go to So the KPI that we look for is a brilliant out-of-the-box thinking idea that the kid brings up. I'll give you an example of this very quickly. 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, 15, 17, 19. What is next? 21, right? But I say 31. Can anybody tell why it is right? You should give me an argument. 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, 15, 17, 19. 21 is arithmetic progression. But if I say 31, what is the argument that you will give for it? You should give a similar argument. Again, lack of time, I could have given 5 minutes. But see, there are 2 types of digits, right? Odd digit and even digit. When you start from 0, all the numbers that you can construct only by odd digit is 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, 15, 17, 19. After that, 20 to 29 has 2, 30 has 0. After 19, the next integer that can be constructed only out of odd digits is 31. Correct? So this is a valid argument. We are looking at the kids for coming out with at least one such out-of-the-box idea. And that we see. So for every startup that we see here, we see that kid coming out something brilliant. He might have taken 3, 4 ideas, merged it and brought it, but that would be out of the box. And that is the kindle fire. And after that, we catch him. Till that he is behind us. After that, we are behind her or him. And we certainly put lot more of, in IIT slang, we call it fundas. And we, in the third semester, we put into the, design thinking, systems thinking, see how he is performing, she or he is performing there. And then next go to, the other level of course. And we continuously mentor. So this is the idea, sir. And I can talk about this for hours together. For each startup, we could have a case study for that. But this is broadly the idea. Is my answer convincing? Then you should clap for it. Okay? Next.
The second one is something like which our cricket captain always says. The performance of a team is not really the captain, but how good is the team? How do you choose your team members?
Okay. So team member is completely selected by the, sort of the first initial team which works. And the team member also, there's a big project called Agni Rath. There are 75, this is a solar car. And they have to drive some 3,000 kilometers between Adelaide and Darwin. Darwin and Adelaide. They start from Darwin and Adelaide. These are 2 desert areas in the Australia. Right? Alternate years they go there. And alternate days they go to South Africa. Every year they go big team. And they are matured. Till last but 1 year, they were not even allowed to put the car on the track. Last year they drove 600 kilometers. We found what the problem was. Now they are going to do. And it can become a commercial, solar car with a battery. We should solve all our Hormuz could go permanently closed till India will be mobile, right? So we can get that type of a solution. It's a very promising solution. But coming back to your question, there are around 75 kids who are working on it from different disciplines. The first 2, 3 founders are from mechanical engineering and aerospace, if I remember correct. The other fellows, they interview. They're very clear. Can you do this? They break down the problems very clearly. And I don't think any corporate interviews like that. Right? The first 3 fellows, they sit and they decide the team. This is what I want, this is what I don't want. Lot of fights. I've spent hours together. This guy wants to go to that, and the father, mother, grandfather, everybody, please convince these fellows. Nothing doing. So these are some of the fights I have lost at IIT Madras. They come all the way to director office. They try with deans and then finally come to director office, but they don't allow. So this is highly no corporate does. All the HRs must learn the lessons from these guys of how to select a team. They have very clear definitions because they have the skin in the game, right? They have to deliver and they want to show that they are successful. That passion is there. And the most important thing, just as a sidekick for this answer, today, civil engineering, we had 125 BTechs, 5 of them are in core, 120 doing high frequency trading. How do we make the people sit in the core, continue on the core? I say, this is your idea, Bhaiya. Please, Bahan, Bhaiya, this is your idea. Go and look at it. That works. Today, many of the mechanical engineering persons are in mechanical engineering, civil engineering, continue in this because they own the idea. And that is what comes out of this entire exercise. This 75 Agnirat team, even though they may quit the team after their graduation, but they continue in the core area. They don't go for this alternate areas. So this is also very big. For a computer scientist, we get a fees of 2 lakhs, but we spend 4 lakhs per year. But for a biotech, we again get the same fees as 2 lakhs, but we spend 10.5 lakh. And if a biotech engineer goes for a computer science job, and this 8.5 lakh is, Banwalji will tell, this is all taxpayers' money. It's a waste of national resources, right? And this is something which comes up on as a sidekick to your question.
Thank you, sir. Your talk was not just informative, but deeply inspiring. And we can have Kamakoti sir talk for at least about a week in a stretch. That is my own experience in both AI. Sir, 1 week here for the next session with all these startups now. On this note, may I now request Professor Sukumar Mishra, Director IIT ISM Dhanbad, to kindly come forward and felicitate Professor V. Kamakoti, Director IIT Madras. And sir, it always has been a pleasure hearing you. Thank you, sir, for your presence here and for thriving in us a deep sense of responsibility. Let's thank him once again, everyone. Moving on. We are honored to have with us Dr. Sunil K. Banwal, CEO, National Health Authority, an accomplished administrator who has been at the forefront of implementing large-scale digital health initiatives in India. I request all the audience to kindly take their seats. We have one more session, a very important session on healthcare. I request Dr. Sunil K. Banwal, CEO, National Health Authority, to kindly join us on stage for his deep insights of how technology is transforming healthcare delivery nationwide. We now move on to the next session, which focuses on digital transformation in healthcare. Digital initiatives of National Health Tech highlights one of the most significant developments in India's digital public infrastructure. The integration of technology with healthcare has opened new pathways for accessibility, efficiency, and data-driven decision-making. The National Health Stack represents a forward-looking approach towards building a robust and inclusive healthcare ecosystem powered by digital innovation. We are deeply privileged to have with us Dr. Sunil K. Banwal, CEO, National Health Authority, an accomplished administrator who has been at the forefront of implementing large-scale digital health initiatives in India. His insights will provide a deeper understanding of how technology is transforming healthcare nationwide. May I now request Dr. Sunil K. Banwal to carry forward the proceedings.
So good afternoon, everyone. And I think after very engaging session, it's very difficult to hold you all for a completely new session. And this will not have a lot of technicalities because I'm not a professor, neither a technocrat. And probably I understand a little bit of technology because I studied here. And so I can appreciate use of technology rather than actually use technology so much. And in present position, it actually gives me a lot of opportunity to promote usage of technology in different sectors and more particularly in my present position in the health sector. So the whole challenge which I see today is not about the technology, it's more about making technology work for us, and that not at the individual level, more at a population scale. So when we see a new technology coming, the biggest challenge comes is, everyone talks about that it can solve so many problems. It can actually do a lot of activities which otherwise is difficult to do. But when we see why it is not being adopted or used at a scale, then we see there are huge mental block, huge legacy challenges, and a huge requirement of capacity building. And there we actually either fail or succeed in a very limited sense. And that is where the role of the policy makers and those who execute the policies become extremely important. And here, one of the bigger challenges also to create an enabling environment where everyone actually contributes, not just collaborates, also contributes. And therefore, the enabling environment which we are supposed to create are actually important for every one of you, whether a student, researchers, faculties, enterprises, startups, innovators. For them, it becomes very important if there is an enabling environment. There are building blocks already ready for you to innovate. So this is what we will be talking today, building the blueprint for digital health nation. So when we say digital health, it's very important to understand the health in the present context. We all have availed the health care. We must have visited to the hospitals, to the pharmacies, laboratories for diagnostics, or even many a times we avail the services like blood bank, ambulance, etc. So everyone has an experience. But now, when we talk of digital health, can these experiences be made better? Can it actually transform the way we avail the healthcare services in India? This is what I will be talking about. So just go to the next. So the whole aim is, when we talk of universal health coverage, to create a digital ecosystem, to create a digital health ecosystem which supports universal health coverage. And universal health coverage, we are not talking of a small country with a 20 million population or 30 million population. We are talking of a universal health coverage for 1.4 billion population. So reaching out to everyone, because everyone needs health care, is what we are talking about when we talk of universal health coverage. So digital health ecosystem that supports universal health coverage, but at the same time, it should leverage open, interoperable, and standard-based digital system, so that every health system within the country talks to each other. So it's not that you have one hospital today, you visit, and that ends with it. Next time you visit, it is a next, interaction, and that ends with that interaction. That should not be there. So it has to become standard-based. It has to be interoperable. And this we want to create that digital system, of course, to ensure security, confidentiality, and privacy of health-related information, which is very important. It may not be very important in many other sectors, but in case of health, security, confidentiality, and privacy are of utmost concern. Here, the data, when we talk of, or digital information we talk of, it is not just a data. It is actually a life, because it relates to a human, and it may be used for or against him. And therefore, this is something very important when we talk of healthcare and when we talk of digital health for providing healthcare. Next. So what Government of India has done, I will brief you something which makes sense for you if you are interested in building some application or innovating some systems which can work on it. And this is what Government of India has enabled through Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission. Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission is, of course, it was a scheme, but it, in true sense, it is creating a architecture which enables digital health. And this was launched in 2021 by Government Honorable Prime Minister with a sheer purpose to actually not just digitize the health system, make them interoperable, make them talk to each other. So it should be talking only if they have a standard. So it talks about 4 layers, and these 4 layers have been created over which you all can work. The first layer is the identity layer. Why it is important? In fact, today if we are building so many applications, because our identity, digital identity in form of Aadhaar has been uniquely established. And therefore, we are able to transfer money, we are able to avail services, we are actually able to put fingerprint and get ourselves identified, not only physically, also remotely. So this identity is extremely important in a digital system. This is what in the healthcare also is very important. Those who are involved in the healthcare, who all are involved? Normally health facilities like hospital, pharmacy, labs, blood bank, etc. And similarly health professionals, which are doctors, nurses, paramedics, allied healthcare professionals, etc. And also the third layer is very important, which is the patient. And the patient identity also has to be uniquely established. One option is that Aadhaar itself could have been the identity. But in this case, knowing fully well that Aadhaar cannot be used very easily, because it contains or consists biometric information. Therefore, we have decided to get a health ID in form of Ayushman Bharat health account, Aabha ID. So now today, as I stand here, we have got Aadhaar ID for 87 crore citizens prepared. Now this Aadhaar ID does the unique identity for the individual who is the beneficiary of the healthcare or who will avail the healthcare services. So 3 identity registries have been created: health facility registry, health professional registry, and the patient registry, which is Aadhaar ID. The 4th registry is also being created, is the drug registry, where the drugs are so varied that sometimes the same drug is being given in a different names: generic, branded, one brand, another brand, molecules, solutions, salts. So there are so many categories in which the drugs are classified. And it is important that everything gets mapped and uniquely identified. This is what will be done in drugs registry also, which we are launching next month. So identity layer is very important, and once we have the identity layer, we actually go to the next layer, which is the data exchange layer. And data exchange is, once we have identified facility, professionals, and the patient, what actually we need is, we should be able to seamlessly, with the consent of the patient, share my health records. So I go today to one hospital, to a particular doctor. I get my electronic health record. 6 months down the line, I go to another hospital in another city, maybe for another specialties, and to another doctor. There, I would also like to tell the doctor that what problem I had, and probably doctor will also need to know that what exactly I had the problem in the past and what treatment I got. So, as on today, as we have been dealing with the healthcare system, we need to carry the document. Not just carry the document, arrange chronologically, so that we can tell the doctor this is all what has happened. More so, it is also dependent on how many documents I can carry and how many I can actually preserve in a way which can be shown. And many a times, most of us have faced that some documents gets missed, some documents in the middle is, you forget to carry, and most of the time, one has to repeat many of the tests, rely on the memory, at least for the medicine what we took, and also the symptoms what we got. At the most, what we remember is the procedures we have undergone, means some kind of surgery or some kind of IPD treatment, not the normal OPD treatment. So this data exchange layer actually simplifies all this. So once you have a Aadhaar ID and electronic health records linked to that Aadhaar ID, next time you go, you simply give your Aadhaar ID, and if they have the HMIS system, they can actually request for sharing of the record. Sharing of the record, as soon as they request, actually you get a request for giving consent. And that consent is on your personal health record mobile application. And once you give the consent, the records get shared peer-to-peer. It doesn't go through the exchange. Actually, it is shared from one hospital to the another hospital. So that is the data exchange layer. And this is very easy once you have a clear-cut identities established and a mechanism in form of a gateway is made. This is what we have already done it, and we have started sharing records. As on today, around 95 crore health records are linked to the Aadhaar IDs. Now these records can be shared across the facilities with the consent of the patient. Now the third layer is the unified health interface, which is a service layer. ultimately, why do we want to exchange data? Why do we want to establish the identity? The whole idea is the health services has to be delivered. Whom has to be delivered? It has to be delivered to the patient. Why? How will it be delivered? It will be delivered through the hospital or by the health professionals. So this services has to be delivered. You see, I think 10 years down the line, or maybe 8 or 10 years down the line, we still availed the banking services, but the way was to go to the bank, get the transaction done, and get the either you draw the money or transfer the money. It all used to happen. Services were the same, but what has happened is now these services are available at fingertips. It is available anywhere, anytime, and it is your wish to avail the services in whatever form you need. So these became like, financial services became very easy for the person. Same way, unified health interface, sometimes you need OPD, sometimes you need IPD, sometimes you need medicine, sometimes you need blood, sometimes you need ambulance, and sometimes you need specialist services. So every time you have to go to a different provider, and every time you have to access their application if they are on electronic system. For blood bank, you will go to the blood bank application. For ambulance, you will go to the ambulance services. For a particular hospital, you go to a particular hospital. Particular doctor, you will go to a particular doctor application. Or maybe there are aggregators like Practo, maybe NetMed and all, who are aggregating in the back and providing you some kind of a telemedicine services. But still you will have to go to their application. There is no single application or single layer on which I can get all services. And this is what we are trying to make through this service layer in form of unified health interface, so that a person need to know only his or her requirement. And then everything he can see at one place. And then he can choose which services they want. He can also choose which services are available. It may be that you need to get consultation from a particular doctor, but that doctor is not available. His appointment is not available. So that is of no use for you at that particular time. So either you wait, or maybe you'll look for another doctor. Or you may be looking for another hospital where the bed is available of your choice. So this is something which is extremely important if we are making convenience for the patient with a facility to discover doctors, hospitals, pharmacies, laboratories. And it is very significant in bigger cities where it is difficult to ask someone where is what. People don't remember. We have started forgetting the mobile numbers, and maybe soon we will start forgetting what is in the neighborhood. We may not be knowing, and there are cases where people who come in a big cities from outside, they look for pharmacies and the hospitals only by asking somebody who has stayed in the city for long, some relatives, some friends. This is not going to be the future. In future, probably you will not get these services. And it has happened in the route finding. Since we have got Google Map, we are able to reach to a place. But it was not the case 20 years back, because there were people who could tell you where it is what. People knew where it is. But now it is not so, and in the years to come, same will happen with the health services. And health services being very critical, you can't wait. You may not have enough time to find out. And you need services at fingertips, which is reliable and provides in instant moment. So this is the third layer. And the fourth layer and the final layer is the health claim exchange. Health claim, I think, given the situation in this country, we have public hospitals, we have private hospitals, we have government assurance for the health, And we have insurance, both for individual, for the group, for the government and the private. So in the whole process of insurance, whether it is a government insurance or it's a private insurance, in the whole process, what is exactly the problem? Many of us, we face, the whole problem is of trust and transparency. Most of the time, you take insurance, but you are not very sure what all are covered. When the insurance company sell the policy, they only tell you the brighter point of the policy. All good things, what gets covered, but you don't know what doesn't get covered. And also what gets covered to what extent. And this is so much opaque that you realize only when you go to hospital. And the time difference or the phase difference, you can say, is you take policy when you are not sick. And you avail policy when you are sick. And when you are sick, you don't want to invest time in finding out further details. You are concerned about your health. So what is needed is, you need something which is completely objectivized, fully transparent, very well known to everyone in the system. Like insurance company knows exactly what they are giving. Hospital know exactly that what all are covered, and the person who is patient also knows very clearly what is covered, and whatever is covered is known both to the hospital and to the insurance company. So this kind of transparency can happen only when we have a very digital and transparent ways of dealing between the agents of this whole process. So we did a National Health Claim Exchange Hackathon just last month. 6th March, we did this hackathon at IIT Hyderabad. And we found there are a lot of applications came forward from many people like you who actually came out with a state problem solutions. We had proposed the problems in the sense that if the hospitals submit the claim, how can it go in a very standard form so that insurance company accepts it? And whatever response insurance company give, they should give in a very standardized form. So this I'll come and deal with it separately. But more important is the top part, which is not the layer. It is the opportunity for all of you. So whoever is looking for developing an application, building solutions, or reducing the pain points in the whole healthcare delivery are there. And there are people who are building applications. They don't have to worry about the building blocks which has already been created through these 4 layers. And these are all working in so this I have already explained. The only thing lacking is the drug registry, which will be coming next month. Next. So this, I think we explained in some sense. As on today, it is a siloed or episodic, or you can say isolated point of care, and every patient, every time he goes, is getting a different ID. And in fact, today also, you go to the hospital, they will give you UHID number. This UHID number works for only that hospital. So if we are providing this architecture, now it is possible across all hospitals, irrespective of which group of hospital it is, government, private, a small hospital, big hospital, including clinics. So this architecture is a change from the earlier one where each time you go, there is a separate ID. Each time you go, there is a separate health records, to something where a person remains the center and every record gets created around him, whether it is in the hospital, whether it is in the pharmacy, or even for immunization. And the live example you must have seen that how could we deliver actually more than 1 billion doses of COVID vaccine. And we remember that it was so well designed that everyone got the certificate on his mobile. And it was uniquely identified with your mobile and Aadhaar. Those who could not have Aadhaar, mobile also worked one mobile number for 5 people. So this is the power of technology which can actually make healthcare delivery much more seamless. This is what we are looking at, and this is how it will look like. Now, instead of each hospital having the record for each patient separately, now there is a patient who holds all the record, whether it is COVID record of COVID vaccine, or maybe he gets some treatment in a primary health care, or even he has got a IPD treatment or made payment in the hospital, or including even any kind of health insurance he might have taken. So these all records gets attached to the patient. Who gets empowered? Actually the patient. Now the patient holds the health history of his own, which is something which makes a lot of change in the way healthcare delivery can be thought of, and probably it not just empowers the patient about the health record, also empowers about his future health. So this is something which will look like, and already working like this. And in fact, those who have not used this, I'll request all of you to start using it. I have started using it. I find I don't have to ask, Lal Path to give the diagnostic report on WhatsApp. I don't have to ask any certificate for the blood bank. It's all coming on my PHR, Personal Health Record app. So this is something which is very important. This I have already spoken about the data exchange layer. It happens that you make one hospital makes a request. It goes for the consent to the patient, and then consent has to be given online. In fact, one health history to the new doctor. You can actually segregate your health history in different parts. Some of the disease you just don't want to share. If you have got viral fever, why will you share something which is not related to that? So you can actually decide what you want to share. You may share records only of last 6 months, not 6 years. You may share records of only one hospital. You may share records depending on your priority, and you can also keep the record in different addresses. If you have seen in case of UPI, you have against one mobile number so many wallets. And similarly, you can have your health records in different addresses. These people have started doing that. So this is a possibility which consent manager allows you to do that. And so once you give the consent, actually it travels between the facilities. Next. So this now will look like this universal health interface which I mentioned. On the one side will be the end user application. End user, when we say, it is mostly patient, but it could be also businesses who build on the data, some kind of application. The other side is the health service provider application, which could be hospital, which could be pharmacy, which could be laboratories, which could be also blood bank, ambulance, and any other who provide health services. So earlier it used to be like, health applications. Now they will be talking only through a middle layer, which is universal health interface. None of us know how I make a payment to another person using UPI. We all think Paytm is doing it. We all think is PhonePe is doing it. They are not, they are just the front layer. The middle layer, which has been created by NPCI, is common across all applications. And therefore, you can transfer money from Paytm to PhonePe, from PhonePe to Google Pay, because everyone works on the same middle layer, which is created by NPCI. That is what UHI gateway would be, where it could be blood bank XYZ, hospital ABC, pharmacy 1, 2, 3, all will work on the same application. And therefore, it is possible to have complete interoperability across the services, across the end user applications. So this is something which is very important. And similarly, in the health claim exchange, which we have found, if we start processing claims through the exchange, two things will happen. One, it will become very standardized. In fact, one of the problem statement was to get the idea how to codify insurance policies. Insurance policies, what do you do? 10 page or 20 page, you don't read many times. Even if you read, you don't understand. And finally, you sign. And then you realize only when you go to the hospital what is covered, what is not covered. So now, in that problem statement, the solution which came is complete codification of the policy. So we are not interested in the text. We just want what is covered in a bullet point or maybe tick, tick, tick. And then we know what is not covered. If it is covered, then what extent it is covered. So it should be completely codified, and I should know only that part. And not only I should know, even hospitals should know only that part, so that they don't keep asking each other that whether it is covered or not. In fact, this is the present situation where the hospitals and the insurance company interact either through the third-party agency or directly in a very zigzag way. They submit the claim online, but they get the response through email. Many times they also get the response in form of a paper. So these kind of zigzag arrangements are presently working, where the responsibility also cannot be fixed, neither there is a standardization. The thing which we have visualized and is working now is something which is completely streamlined, and every claim has to pass through the claim exchange, and every response has to also come through the exchange. So it is completely traceable. Once it is traceable, it is also highly transparent. So this is what NHCX is doing. So this all together, actually, we are finding huge advantage of driving efficiency across the insurance ecosystem. The beneficiary, the provider, the payer, these are some of the data which you will see. While there are not many insurance companies in this country, almost all are on this exchange. There are, provider hospitals, quite a number of them have also onboarded. And then there are payers. Payers could be the insurance company, and many times even government or the employer is the payer. They are also onboarded. The whole challenge today is how to make a business model for everyone to come on this from the existing legacy system. In the healthcare, the biggest challenge, and that is true for any digital system, how to migrate from the present existing system to the new system. And that is where we are looking at somebody who builds a solution which is not just good solution, but also makes time and cost reduction for the both provider and the payer. So this is all this 4 layer and the 3 gateways which we have worked on. Next. These are some of the solutions which have come. When we talk of personal health records, there like Paytm is there. Arogya Setu, which we must have heard during COVID time, is being converted into a personal health record application, 91 plus 91, Eka Care and all. Similarly, health management information system. The one challenge is many of the hospitals, especially the big hospitals, use HMIS, but those HMIS are not integrated with ABDM, system, and therefore many a times they don't link the record. They create the record, but they may not be linking to the patient ID, and that is what we are trying all the HMIS to come on ABDM integration platform. And similarly, there are government programs. Pharmacies also have the application. The lab management information system and insurance companies also have this. So this is something which we are looking from the innovator and researchers to come out with applications who actually makes people's life easy by using all the foundational layers which we have created, some kind of a better services. And this is possible. Initially, in case of UPI, there was only money transfer. Now you will see you are also now in a position to get insurance. You are in a position to get loan. And there are many more services which are being built, which may be ancillary, but are actually facilitating people to use more and more that application. So maybe this is something which we are looking at. We have created the core infrastructure, which is not required to be built by you all. This is something which has been built by Government of India through National Health Authority, which are basically registries, data exchange, for discovery, and for this all, open APIs have been provided. So you can use these APIs to create new applications. What we are looking at from the researchers and the innovators are to build these applications. And these are some of the category we are looking at. Maybe diagnostics can be more AI enabled. It can actually not just give you the report, it can also give you the whole longitudinal way. Last time you underwent the diagnostic, these were your report. This time this has increased or decreased, or it has given some other inference. Similarly, digital therapeutics, care coordination. Care coordination is very important, and especially for the chronic disease. Many a times disease like cancer, maybe for surgery you go to a tertiary hospital. But for follow-up, you don't have to go every time. Or maybe for chemo, you need not go to the tertiary hospital. So how does the care coordination work seamlessly with the patient? From primary to secondary to tertiary and back to primary. And this is what a possibility which researchers can look at. Then health fintech is another area where health economics and the financial products can be developed. Remote monitoring, like situations are coming where the children stay in US, parents stay in India. How do you monitor parents' health? You are concerned, but you can't come. Can there be application using all these building blocks to monitor the health from remote? And this is something which is a possibility, and we can all look at many more ways by which in the emerging situations, the healthcare delivery can be made more convenient, seamless, and quite effective. And this will also not only give you the convenience, also the quality can be assured. So this is a plug and play API taxonomy, which you can use like gateway APIs for using routing requests securely. So all requests you can get the response. Discovery API. Already there are ways by which whatever hospitals are on our system can be discovered. Today, if I want a hospital in half a kilometer radius, it is possible to discover. And all these hospitals which are on our registry are also going to be on the Google map. Besides that, any hospital application, means your application or any PHR can give location of the hospitals, not just the hospital. Also what specialties are in the hospital. Beds are availability in the hospital. All these are a possibility which can be done. Then consent API for any consent. Authorization is very important. Means the patient who gets treated must be identified uniquely. So the authorization, how will it be done? Person will come, he will give you the name, age, sex and all. And maybe you will take some identity. But who will authorize this Abha ID belongs to this person? It is that identity layer which through the API can be accessed. And similarly for information exchange. So this is what we are looking at. The front end is the user side. Backend is what we are providing through the API. If all of you are looking for your own health, then you should also look for such application which uses these API to build the user applications, providing convenience to the people for availing health services. So this is how it will develop. It is easy in the sense, as I said, the whole network around 50 applications are working. The easiest thing is, if you develop some kind of application, you can put it in our sandbox, and then you get use our API to test your applications. Testing requires your all security testing, etc. And then it goes for once it is tested in the sandbox environment, it can go to the production side. So these enabling features actually makes the life of a researcher or innovators much easier to not just develop the application, also test and apply those applications. So this is when I talked about these possible applications which can be developed. Once we have this, the ecosystem actually will allow more application, more user, more data, and then better outcomes, which will again build better applications. And then this cycle, the whole ecosystem of digital health gets created. So India is one of the few countries to have developed this architecture. We are calling these as a digital public infrastructure, by which seamless flow of health information can happen with consent. And these identity, data exchange, and the services layers actually together creates an ecosystem in which everyone, beneficiary, provider, payers, all can work together. So this is finally our architecture. So building blocks are ready. Those who want to build application, then they can access through our sandbox, going on this address which we have mentioned, and start using it. There are possibilities, many more can happen, and the challenge is how to make everyone in the system aware of these existing building blocks and developing solutions to make healthcare more convenient. So these are some of the things which have been done, and we can take some questions if you have. And I think though it is not too much on technical product side, but a lot of things on the healthcare delivery and application of IT. A lot of application of AI is also taking place on these applications. Two more things I want to share with you. We had signed up with IIT Kanpur for developing a open benchmarking platform for testing health AI. So health AI is quite sensitive. We keep saying that AI solutions, you use a camera, it tells you whether you have a diabetes. Some of the applications are coming where by touching they can tell you what is your sugar level, or maybe hypertension, and many more. But most of these AI solutions are developed and tested on a foreign data, because our data are not easily available. One, for many regions, these are highly unstructured data. And second, those who have are in isolated big hospitals. So most of the AI solutions are actually developed and tested, maybe trained on a foreign data. These AI solutions are now being piloted in many of the hospitals and healthcare systems. Sometimes it is good because it gives you immediate result. Many of you must have started using ChatGPT Health. People have started putting their diagnostic, their all symptoms, and they are getting response. But you are not very sure. Maybe quite a frequent number of times you get correct results, but it need not be 100% of the times. And healthcare is one system. 99% of time it might give correct, But even 1% it gives wrong, it is a life. It's a loss of a life. And therefore, what we want is health AI applications should be tested on Indian data sets. There are different genetic pools. There are, within India also there are different genetic pools, maybe in Northeast different, South different, North separate. So what we have done with IIT Kanpur is developed this both platform, benchmarking open data platform for testing any health AI solutions against Indian data sets. The Indian data sets against it will be tested are the golden data, which are not known to them, known to any of the AI solutions. So every time they go and test against that data, it may come somewhere in the leaderboard, and probably if it is not sufficient enough or giving good confidence level, it has to be trained again and then tested again. So this we launched during the AI summit, and now we want to promote this, that just don't go by any health AI solution. It is not like a AI solution for education or for financial sector, where the loss could be maybe some money or maybe wrong education for some time. Here it means loss of life sometimes. So therefore, this both platform gives a good benchmarking option for all health AI solutions. Second, we also launched, since health is a very sensitive area, there has to be a governance framework by which AI can be scaled. As long as it is tested on a pilot basis or used on a pilot basis, it is fine. But if we want to use it for 1.4 billion population, it must be trustworthy. It must be within a governance framework, and therefore we launched SAHI, this strategy for AI in healthcare for India. And this is basically providing the governance framework for AI solutions, because we know that AI actually learns with time. It learns with your own data. And unlike any IT application, it is not giving the same results. Maybe its results also either improves or drifts with more and more usage, because it's a intelligent thing which learns. So if in AI solution starts drifting, how will you handle it? Maybe it learned in a different way and starts giving misleading results. So there has to be a governance framework, which we have done in form of SAHI, and we are actually promoting that, not just the security and privacy, also the trust and confidence level of the AI solutions have to be assessed at a regular interval, so that we continuously get right results, not allow them to drift. And sometimes if it is drifting, you have to decommission some of the AI application. So this is something which is in healthcare particularly very important, because of the sensitivity of the health data. And we are concerned in Government of India that AI applications in healthcare has to be properly governed in a way that it can be used at a scale more securely, and the privacy is ensured through the design itself. So this is all I had to say, and maybe the floor is open for you to ask questions.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful words. We'll have time for 2 questions.
Sir, I'm Tanmay Pal from IIST Shibpur. During my PhD, I worked on mathematical modeling. So while validating the model, we did not have any Indian data. So we had to look into the PhysioNet, that database. So is there any kind of similar database is there in Indian context?
You mean health data?
Yes.
Yes.
Times.
Now we have health data. The challenge, as I said, we also implement a Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana, which is 5 lakhs rupees health cover, and their government gives this health cover. So we have the data. About 11.8 crore patient treatment history we have. But this data also has the personal information, like name, age, sex, etc. And so this data cannot be made available without anonymization. So, and second challenge is these data, though it has been all submitted online, but many a times these are a scanned document. So these are highly unstructured data. In fact, last time when we did the hackathon, one of the problem statement was how to convert these unstructured documents into the structured, standardized document which can go straight for the claim. Similarly, on 8th and 9th May, again we are doing another hackathon with IISc Bangalore, where we are also working on actually making the claim processing completely automated. Let there be no human intervention. And that can be possible if the data comes in a particular format and it recognizes that the document which is required for claim processing is exactly the document which has been submitted. And so that is possible. So what now we are doing is this more than 11 crore data which we have, we are going to apply some anonymization tool and create a secure data environment in which your application or your tool, whichever you develop, you can access that data without actually getting that data. So what we are trying to do is to provide a pipeline where access can be given without actually allowing you to get that data. And this we saw in National Health Scheme of UK, where they have done so, and soon we are going to do that. We are already going to provide that for the hackathon, for testing the solutions, but soon we will be also giving it to many of the researchers to use that health data for research.
Yes, thank you. And I have another question. Right now we are working on development of BiPAP device. So
Developing on?
BiPAP, that is for obstructive sleep apnea. And we are in collaborating with AIIMS Kolani. So while discussion with AIIMS Kolani, we found that one of the pharmacologists, they were saying that the drug dosage or mixing of proper drug is very difficult. And nowadays, till now, many doctors in the rural areas, they are not very much aware of how much drug or the mixing of the drugs is to be done. So is there any kind of work is going on in this area?
For drugs?
Drugs
You mean
means,
for the drugs?
like when a doctor prescribes some drug, so they had to give some mixture of some drugs. So with some proportionate based on the test results. So
for the drugs also, I think there are standards which are being worked out. I think there are standards which one of the national institute in under CDAC Pune, they are developing that. I'm not very sure about this part. But once we have the drug registry, probably we'll incorporate all that standards. But also the doctors and the pharmacists need to understand that they also use only a standard drugs. The earlier times of making drugs by mixing so many components probably may not be the right way now with the standards. Yeah.
We can have one more question.
So, Namaste, sir. I'm Kalidas from IIT Tirupati. So, it's a very important framework you have introduced. So, my question is, there are two sub-questions actually. One is technical side. The longitudinal data, when you said, it has both breadth and depth. So for example, if a patient has X-rays or echo scan, so lot of files they carry to the doctor. So when a patient has multiple visits, the data keeps on accumulating. So do you have, in the present system, in these hospitals where distributed data is there, locally they have some files and it is maintained kind of a thing, where throughout the country, in a localized manner, data is maintained. But do you envision to provide data storage and retrieval for the entire 1.4 billion population? Like you have a framework for that? Or?
You see, that's the challenge with the legacy data. A lot of hospitals have the legacy data which is in form of a physical document.
Yeah, physical documents.
And not just the hospital, many of the individuals have the legacy data. Like I have the prescription for last 2-3 years related to my different disease which I have got treated. Now, in the application, PHR application, many of the PHR application developers, they are providing health lockers. So you can scan and put the documents in the locker, which will be with you. That is only shifting from the physical storage to a digital storage. But that doesn't satisfy because that is not the actual digital data which creates some kind of longitudinal records or creates any kind of intelligence out of the data. So for the legacy, of course, we will have to have the tool which converts these unstructured physical records into a standardized digital records. Then it can be of use for any kind of research. So that some of the tools are coming up. Of course, it depends on the individual and the hospitals, how will they use it to digitize and make them available in a standard format. But the second part is very important now onwards. When we have created these layers or the architecture in which digital records are created. Now these digital records are created in the facilities, whether it is a hospital, diagnostics or the pharmacy. And it is linked to the Aadhaar ID of the patient. But if somebody wants to use that data for the research purpose, how will they use it? These data are all, in a federated architecture at a different source. These are not moving to a centralized repository. So there is no central, storage of the data, which is good for privacy concern. So many times we say that our architecture is having privacy by design itself because we don't move data to a central repository. Then how do we use this data for research? So now, through this data exchange layer, what we are having is the address of the data. We know that data lies in this hospital for this patient, for this treatment, for this episode. So we have address of all these records. Okay. What we need is to use this data is only the consent to use the data.
Okay.
So now we are enabling a federated learning, and I think this both platform which we developed through the IIT Kanpur is actually enabling that federated learning where the data doesn't move, but your tool moves. So you get the consent of, let's say, a particular hospital, your application or a tool gets access to the data without actually getting the data. So your tool can be tested against the federated data which is lying in a different hospitals, or even the individual's data with his consent can be used for research. So this is now a possibility, and we are already building this. With the architecture, it is built for the under ABDM. For PMJ, Ayushman Bharat PMJ, we are creating this secure data environment where your tool can access the data without actually getting the data.
Okay.
So
excellent,
this is
sir.
what
that is excellent design.
Thank
so,
you.
sir, related question I have related to policy. There are so many AI researchers, and this is India-centric data. Would there be any preference given to the startups or scientists working on India-centric data for India-centric models?
Yeah, this is something which we are working on policy level. To what extent we will allow individuals to use, and to what extent we will allow institutions to use. Maybe if we are allowing pharma companies to use data to develop a new drug, it cannot be a philanthropy, because they will make money out of it. So there could be charges for this. And I think we saw this happening in UK. They sell the data to the pharma company. They sell in the sense, data doesn't go, but they give access to the data for research at cost. But for institutions who are into developing some kind of a new tool or maybe new drugs, maybe it can be free of cost. It is a policy decision which we are yet to take.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm sure we would like to go on hearing from sir, but sir also has a flight to catch. So thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable insights into the role of digital architecture in strengthening India's healthcare ecosystems. May I now request Professor Sukumar Mishra, Director IIT Dhanbad, to kindly come forward and felicitate Dr. Sunil K. Banwalji. सर 2 मिनट सर ये बाइट के लिए यहीं पे कर लो तो बैकग्राउंड अच्छा आ जाएगा या आप नीचे जैसे आपको ठीक लगे ठीक है सर तो नीचे कर लेते Thank you, sir. We would now break for networking lunch, and I request you all to gather here at 4 p.m. for the concluding remarks of IInvenTiv 2026. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you all had a refreshing and productive networking session over lunch. Such informal interactions often lead to meaningful collaborations, new ideas, and lasting professional collections, which are at the heart of the events like InvenTiv 2026. Over the past 2 days, we have witnessed a remarkable convergence of ideas, innovation, and collaboration. From insightful roundtable discussions and impactful plenary sessions to startup engagements, technology demonstrations, and immersive field experiences, InvenTiv 2026 has truly exemplified the spirit of knowledge sharing and collective progress. This platform has not only showcased cutting-edge research and technological advancements, but also has strengthened the bridge between academia, industry, and policymakers, paving the way for future collaborations and transformative solutions. It is particularly inspiring to see how innovation is no longer confined to laboratories, but is actively translating into real-world applications, startups, and scalable solutions that contribute to national development and global competitiveness. To formally conclude this enriching journey, we are privileged to have our esteemed dignitaries who will be sharing their closing remarks and reflections. May I first invite Professor A.K. Mishra, Director, CSR Simfer Dhanbad, to kindly join us on the dais. I also invite Professor Sukumar Mishra, Director, IIT Dhanbad, to join us on the dais. May I request Professor Dheeraj Kumar, Deputy Director, IIT Dhanbad, and Professor Parthasarathi Das, Dean, R&D, to kindly join us on the dais. I also request Professor Sagar Pal and Professor Ijaz Ahmed from R&D to join us on the dais. Professor Ijaz, please join us on the dais. May I now request Professor Riya Datta to kindly come forward for the floral welcome of our Director, Professor A.K. Mishra, CSR, Simfer, Dhanbad. A floral welcome for Professor Dheeraj Kumar, Deputy Director, IIT Dhanbad. Floral welcome for Professor Parthasarathi Das, Dean, R&D. Floral welcome for Professor Sagar Pal. A floral welcome for Professor Ijaz Ahmed. We now have a surprise for everyone. Let's reminisce InvenTiv 2026 through a video. Can we have the video, please? InvenTiv 2026, IIT Dhanbad, from 6 to 7 April 2026. Penman Auditorium, full of faculties, directors, associate deans, startups, innovators, and students. The stage, witnessing a remarkable movement, a roundtable on research, development, and innovation to scale up strategic sectors. MOU signing. providing seed grants to different startups to fuel up innovation. The stage, witnessing 14 directors with 7 venture capitalists and innovators, a remarkable moment in the history of IInvenTiv 2026. The inaugural session with chief guest as Honorable Governor of Jharkhand State, Shri Santosh Kumar Gangwarji. Guests of honor, Dr. Sunil K. Banwal, CEO, National Health Authority, Shri Athar Shahab, MD, Zwari Industries Limited, Dr. Shirshendu Mukherjee, MD, Wadhwani Innovation Network, Shri Sandeep Kumar, VP, Tata Steel, Ms. Vishali Nigam Sinha, Co-Founder, Renew. The lamp lighting ceremony marking the commencement of IInvenTiv 2026. Our director felicitating the guests of honor during the inaugural session of IInvenTiv 2026. Inauguration of the technology demonstration zones by Honorable Governor of Jharkhand State, Shri Santosh Kumar Gangwarji. Plenary sessions spanning the 5 thematic areas of IInvenTiv 2026. A unique moment with 7 venture capitalists on stage discussing their views on what they expect from the pitching session of startups. Mr. Sumakesh Mishra, the moderator of the session, felicitating our venture capitalists of the session. Professor Dheeraj Kumar, felicitating the moderator of the session. What we just witnessed is not just a glimpse of an event. It is a powerful reflection of India's innovation potential. IInvenTiv 2026 stands as a testament to what happens when ideas meet intent and research meets real-world impact. May I now request our dignitaries on the dais to kindly share their reflections on IInvenTiv 2026 with a focus on how we can translate today's innovations into tomorrow's impact. To start with, I invite Professor Partha Sarathi Das, Dean R&D and Convener IInvenTiv 2026 to share his vision.
Good afternoon to all of you. After the videos, so I think all of you agree the whole institute is converted into a R&D and into a innovations. Professor Sukumar Mishra, our director, sir, Professor A.K. Mishra, and on the stage, Professor Dheeraj Kumar, my colleagues from the R&D, Professor Sagar Pal, Professor Ijaj. Innovation, innovation, innovations. If you ask a movie maker how your movie becomes successful, he will say entertainment, entertainment, and entertainment. So the institute, the nations, grows and build up. All the message, whatever we got from yesterday, the 2 days, it is innovation and incubations. When it comes into innovation and incubations, that is the overall message of the IInvenTiv 2026. And when it comes to innovations, eventually, every parameters add into it. The institute, the department, the stakeholder, the faculty colleagues, the students, the total ecosystems comes in such a way to deliver in the motions where you can find the incubation setup, the startup setup. And the most beautiful part and the most constructive part in this IInvenTiv 2026, it is the amalgamations of the VCs, the venture capitalists, and the industry thought leaders. And when you go, I'm sure many of you visited the stalls, though I got very less time, but I try to interact with many of them. And most of them are very excited when it comes to particularly the level of intelligence it puts and the level of innovations they brought here. That's the message. The whole institute become a R&D fair. And when the fair is coming, so there is a motion, there is a take home. And that's what the IIT ISM Dhanbad has been created, the motions, innovations, incubations, and the nation's priority. And that's we tried. And the success story, I think all of you will stay. I would like to thank you all of all, so who have come various part of this country and present here and share their thoughts. And if you see that, every aspect with a thread. And the thread leads to the society, nation, the concept of Viksit Bharat 2047. And that's what all we created by ourselves. The message is from ourselves. That's all we are together. We are just make a catalytic, this part. So when you come all this ecosystem, the stakeholders actually benefited. I think whoever the stakeholder today in IInvenTiv 2026, all of you are benefited. And everybody should go with a take-home message. What we create, what we valued, and what we can deliver. And that should be our ultimate goal and ultimate motions. So, whenever you listen to many talks, Suppose we have done the panel discussions on the thematic basis. If you took today the semiconductor missions, the national levels, that has been taken care. When you come into the health missions, the priority sectors, or when it comes to the critical mineral missions, and everywhere you find that tremendous binding into it, the scientific binding as well as the technical binding, and everything has a engineering and scientific aspects. And that's the message is going from the IInvenTiv 2026. And that's what we want to create. When you create a missions, the mission should lead in such a way, it should go far away. And that was our priority. And that was our main goal and to main motions. Everything, when it comes to things, the constructive way, the team is extremely important to deliver. And the whole R&D works as a team. We got an excellent mentor like our director. His mentorship is enormous to us doing these events. We got I always say he's the energy behind that. Our Deputy Director, Professor Dheeraj Kumar, thanks to him. And I will say the trio. We have a trio. Professor Sagar Pal, Professor Ijaz is sitting there. He is busy in making some slides. He is going to say it to me, and Madhulika. This trio has been built the whole episode and whole phenomenon for all of us. And it's supported by our two colleagues from R&D, Professor Samadar and Professor Sarthak, and whole R&D team was involved into it. There are many deans, like particularly we got excellent support from Keka ma'am, particularly when we do the transportations and other things. Professor Amit, all the infrastructures, and Professor Alok, who created the venture capitalist and all these things, Rajni ma'ams, and all my deans and all colleagues, extremely support. I can touch my heart and I can tell we deliver together. That's the motions and that's the spirit we created. And I say at a spirit, जब पूरा IIT ISM R&D बन गया, इससे बड़ा अच्छा चीज क्या हो सकता है? ये इमोशनल की बात होती है. And promise, this institute is now going to lead on the R&D front. R&D front will be one of the pillars of this institute. The message today when I was sitting into Professor Kamakuti's lectures, I was taking my missions. कुछ तो करना है, आगे बढ़ना है. कुछ तो करना है, कुछ तो डिफरेंट करना है. क्यों ना करे कुछ डिफरेंट, हम भी कर सकते हैं. IIT मद्रास अगर कर सकता है, IIT धनबाद क्यों नहीं कर सकता है? करना है. वो स्पिरिट हमारे बीच आ गया है, हमारे पूरा R&D टीम के बीच आ गया है. तो ये टीम एफर्ट हुआ है, टीम बिल्डअप हो गया है, अभी डिलीवरी करना है. और एक टीम जब क्रिएट करता है उसमें कुछ खामियां हो जाती है, उसमें कुछ छोटा मोटा गलती हो जाता है, वो पूरा गलती मेरा है, वो मेरे ऊपर जाता है. हमारे जो टीम है, चाहे इजाज हो, सागर हो, मधुलिका और बाकी जो समझदार सार्थक हो, इन्होंने जो काम किया ये काबिले तारीफ है. हम तहे दिल से इनका शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहते हैं. और जितने भी कमियां हैं वो मेरी है. सर इतना तो प्रॉमिस हम कर सकते हैं, हम इसको थोड़ा आगे बढ़ाएंगे. ये जो स्पिरिट बन गया है IInvenTiv 2026 से, इसको हम आगे ले जाएंगे. हम एक डिफरेंस तैयार करेंगे जहां पे IIT ISM धनबाद का एक नया चेहरा उभर के आए. R&D 3 I के साथ में जोड़ के इसको समाप्त करना चाहता हूं. एक है इनोवेशंस, इंक्यूबेशंस एंड इंडिया प्रायोरिटी. ये तीनों के साथ हम खत्म करना चाहते हैं, लेकिन मिशन सही रहेगा. उषा जितनी ही रात जितनी ही संगीन होगी, उषा उतनी ही रंगीन होगी. गम न कर गल के बदल खनेरा, किसके रंगा हुआ है रंगा सवेरा. वो रंगा सवेरा एक दिन आएगा, वो IIT ISM के तरफ आएगा. Thank you all very much for taking our invitations and the सिलसिला चालू रहेगा. R&D lead IIT ISM धनबाद एक दिन बनेगा, ये जरूर दावा है. टीम आपके साथ है. Thank you very much for taking our invitations and thank you all. तहे दिल से सबका शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहते हैं. Thank you very much all of you. जय हिंद, जय भारत.
थैंक यू सर. आपकी भावनाएं हम तक अच्छे से पहुंच गई हैं. एंड आई वुड लाइक टू से दिस that Sir's contribution has been instrumental in shaping this initiative into a powerful platform for transforming ideas into impact. So thank you, Partha sir. May I now request Professor Ijaz Ahmed, Professor in Charge, Sponsored Research and Industrial Consultancy and Organizing Secretary, IInvenTiv2026, to share the key outcomes, learnings, and the way forward from this landmark event. Over to you, Ijaz.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank all of you for being here and being very cooperative and appreciative during the whole event. After listening to Partha Sarthi sir, there is nothing much to say, but one thing I would must say that I'm a poet by nature, and I now understand that he is far, far above me. I forgot my poetry after listening to him. So, now coming back to the topic, the IInvenTiv, we have been privileged to host the 4th edition of IInvenTiv. It started way back initially. The plan started in 2023 from IIT Mumbai, which was later on shifted to IIT Delhi, and then second edition in IIT Hyderabad, third at IIT Madras. And so far, the maximum number of innovations that has been displayed was not more than 160 to any of the earlier IInvenTiv editions. In addition, it was only limited to the innovation from the professors. The another important part was that one IIT conducted the one edition. Now this time what unique we have is the 5 IITs came together to host IInvenTiv 2026. And it was a big challenge as well as a big opportunity. And I'm very happy to share that we successfully grabbed that opportunity and converted into a fruitful result. It was very hard in academia to work together. Now you imagine when 5 professors cannot work together on same sync. 5 IITs were working together. And we did it with the help of IIT Kharagpur, IIT BHU, IIT Bhubaneswar, IIT Patna, and of course we as a host institute. I will not take much of your time. I will just let you know some key numbers. The first, the difference here was that we had 5 thematic areas. Later on, we added one more, that is a startup section that was separately displayed near the Diamond Road. So we had healthcare, which was primarily assigned to IIT Kharagpur for the assessment of the innovation. We call innovations from all top 100 rank institutes, all IITs, NITs, and ICERs. We got more than 250 innovations received. We had them peer reviewed. The leading institute which peer reviewed them were for healthcare, IIT Kharagpur, for material science, IIT BHU. For art science, definitely we are the masters, so we took that in our hand. For artificial intelligence, IIT Patna coordinated, and for semiconductor, IIT Bhubaneswar coordinated it. We have been privileged to have our Honorable Governor as chief guest, who inaugurated this event. Besides that, we had 5 guests of honors who are the prominent figure in the industry that include the guest of honor, Shri Sandeep Kumar ji from Tata Steel, Shri Athar Sahab ji who is MD of Juari Industries, Ms. Vaishali Nigam Sinha, the co-founder Renew, Dr. Sunil Kumar Banwal, who is the CEO of National Health Mission, and Dr. Shishendu Mukherjee, who is MD of the Wadhwani Foundation here. And it was also the first time when we saw, like earlier we saw in the video, that 14 directors, 12 from IITs and 2 from CFTI, and if I include today, 15 directors have been here on this stage, and I believe this is a big achievement for all of us to bringing all these big personalities and directors all together on one platform. Probably I am here for last 6.5 years for the first time in my tenure here at IIT ISM Dhanbad. I believe this is a big achievement for all of us. And besides that, we had inauguration of some centers which are externally funded. So we had, the Honorable Governor has inaugurated the Wadhwani Center of Excellence. It has been funded by Wadhwani Foundation with a $5 million for 5 years. And then this is a seed grant. So $5 million they have given us as a seed grant with a condition that if we complete these 5 years successfully, they'll increase it by at least 10 times. So I'm very hopeful. As of now, among all the Wadhwani COEs, I'm very happy to share that we are the most active Center of Excellence in India, which is funded by the Wadhwani Innovation Foundation. Similarly, we have another center. As a teacher or as a professor or innovator, our primary job is to develop something for the betterment of society. And it's not just the innovation, but also improving the skill set of human being. So Renew has funded us with a commitment of around 5 crore over 5 years, and out of which 2.6 crore has already been received to train the people from the mine-affected areas, mostly the underprivileged people. And I'm happy to share that last year we trained almost 350 girls, all female colleagues, which was a very difficult task here. And then we have a target to train 10,000 people in next 5 years. And this center was also inaugurated by the Honorable Governor. Now, as the start of the program, as I said that this was probably the first time, to best of my knowledge, when 14 plus 2, 16 directors coming on this dais and motivating the whole IIT ISM fraternity as well as the whole IIT and NIT and CFTI fraternity to what is the way forward? What should be the roadmap for research and innovation in India? And I must say that was very fruitful discussion. I'll go to different sessions one by one, but before that I would just like to highlight some numbers about the InvenTiv. So we had total 190 innovations, out of which 150 innovations came from IITs, 45 plus startups we had, 12 plus women entrepreneurs we had who are the spouses of our faculty members. I call them, usually the name is DLC, Dipti Ladies Club. I refer them as women entrepreneurs. And we had 20 plus venture capitalists. We have 60 plus industry leaders. We had 106 faculty members from all IITs and NITs, ICERs from all over India. And I believe that they have taken a very good impression. I talked to almost everyone on one-to-one basis. They were very good. There were 35 to 40 deans from different IITs, or in some cases, there were 10 around the officers, like Deputy Registrar from different IITs and NITs. We had 55 plus startup founders in our campus. We had 200 student innovators. These all exclude the list of people who are from our institute. This is all the people who came from different part of the nation, from east to west, north to south. Almost we have covered every part because I was occupied, so I couldn't mark on the map, but I did it roughly, and almost we have covered the whole part of India, be it Jammu and Kashmir, be it Silchar, Agartala, be it Chennai, every part of India we have covered during this event. In nutshell, we had around 1,000 plus delegates, including the innovators, students, and the visitors in the campus, which I believe shows that we are on a right track here. Similarly, as an outcome of this event, it may be a long term, for decade we'll see the outcomes, but the immediate outcomes, I would say the 5 MOUs were signed worth rupees 15 crore with IIT Dhanbad. 4 MOUs were signed with Taxmin and the startup, different companies worth rupees 10 crores, and 16.5 crore rupees were funded to different innovators and startups by our innovation hub. One more MOU was signed between IIT Kharagpur and IIT Kharagpur and a startup. Besides that, the modalities that we have applied, that we have engaged all innovators via matchmaking session. I have been informed, I am yet to get the data, but I have been informed that today in the morning session, 35 matchmaking events have been done, out of which the venture capitalist has agreed to fund 15 startups, which is a big achievement, and the letter of intimation has been given already. We had pitching sessions, we had technology transfer stalls, and we have also developed an app due to some time duration which is required to be online. Hopefully it will come online by mid of this month, and until the next IInvenTiv is conducted by any other IIT. This matchmaking and pitching sessions will be continued, conducted every month with the VCs and our innovators. This is all about the IInvenTiv that I had. Besides this, we had 4 sessions, 5 sessions, wherein I would just like to show a summary of that, not taking more than 2 minutes. So one session we had was on artificial intelligence, which was led by Professor Amit Patra, Director IIT BHU. We had Director of IIT Madras, Director of IIT Ropar, and our VCs, as well as the industry people. I would say that the AI is such a thing that everyone knows, almost. I go to have tea, I'm a tea lover person, I go to have tea outside the campus, and even the chai wala asks, sir, AI se chai to nahi ban sakta hai na? No, it is very important that when something becomes a part of our day-to-day life, then we should have awareness that what are its advantages and what are its limitations. Nothing in this world can replace anything. Everything has its own value, its own pros, and its own cons. In this discussion, we found that there is definitely AI can help us, but cannot replace the humans. This is what we found. It was also suggested, being an agrarian economy, almost 70% of our population depends on agricultural economy. So being an agrarian economy, we should take the step forward to implement the AI so that our economy can grow. Moreover, the data, every data that is present, when we test it at a smaller scale or we do in the lab, it is very accurate. It's just like when I did my BTech, I was highly motivated, I will do blah, blah. I learned all the equation. When I went to industry, very first day my boss asked, design this equipment. And every formula that I had learned, none of them helped me. Same way, the AI has been tested very accurately in the labs. But when the whole world data will be there, what will be the modalities and how to do it and what will be the challenges, that's the real test that will be, we look forward. Then deep tech definitely needs patient capital, and it's not like I invest today, it's not an e-commerce that I invest today and I get a lot of money. So there were some suggestions by our esteemed panelists for academia as well as the industry and investor. I will just read through it. For academia, our esteemed panelists said, restructure IIT research ecosystem for AI era. There should be IP framework, industry sales, startup incubation, and it must be embedded in all disciplines. It should not just become a branch of computer engineering. AI is something that should be incorporated in all aspects of life. Similarly, being an agrarian economy, especially for India, AI in agriculture should be one of the focus areas for us. And the academician should take a step forward in this direction to help the nation. Then there were some other companies who were present from the international and national level. Most of them agreed, but then how academia works, that needs support from the industry. And the panel also made some suggestions that may be look upon for AI, that's the deep tech AI needs patience while making the investment. It's not a e-commerce that you make investment today and tomorrow you have a big market. There should be, the VC should have some patience, no quick exit. The industry should collaborate with the IITs, not just hire their BTech graduates, but also to develop the long-term and sustainable technologies. The young IIT founders should be promoted, should be encouraged, and that is all I can say in nutshell, that we should not worry, the AI cannot replace it. I was not born, but my father told me when computer came, there was a similar resistance. Computer never replaced humans, that made the human life easier. AI will not replace us, rather it will make our life easier. Besides this, there was Earth Science session where our esteemed panelists were Director IIT Tirupati. We had Dr. Rajesh Mukherjee from Tata Steel. And we had several CEOs and esteemed personalities like the CMD of RECM, etc. Now definitely the deliberations are very long. It will be hard for me to capture everything in few minutes. But I can tell you that the nutshell, it was like the predictive modeling should be focused. Here again you can see in Earth Sciences the use of AI. And one thing that we are missing is the utilizing the resources that we have. And what we have mostly, a lot of waste material from our industrial growth. So that should be used for circular economy. And then, of course, there should be used for state-of-the-art latest tools and technologies. There were some recommendations for academia and institutions, like modernizing the geocurricular TRL-focused lab ecosystem, waste to wealth, and for industry, again, patience is the most important thing. It's not an easy job when you make any other product than the e-commerce. I can tell you the similar observations were in the healthcare and material science. I will not take much of time because the observations are very similar, and fortunately my laptop also got switched off. So I would say in nutshell, what I observed as a postulate is that we should not be afraid of adopting the latest technologies. But at the same time, we should not just rely only on technologies Rather than we should keep working as a scientist, as an innovator, and as an academician, and use these tools and technologies as a support system. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Ijaz, for your insightful and comprehensive address. Your reflections on InvenTiv 2026 have beautifully encapsulated the essence of this landmark event. Your dedication and meticulous efforts as organizing secretary have been pivotal in translating this vision into a grand success. We sincerely appreciate your leadership and are grateful for your words, which will undoubtedly guide the future trajectory of innovation and collaboration emerging from this platform. May I now request Professor Dheeraj Kumar, Deputy Director, IInvenTiv2026, to kindly share his insights.
Our respected director, the Director Simfer, the chief guest of today's function, Dean R&D, Professor Sagar Pal, Advisor R&D, Professor Ijaz, Madhulika, my fellow deans, registrar, my dear innovators, startups, VCs, my dear faculty colleagues, and all dear guests. A very good evening to you all. I will take only 1 minute, otherwise Madhulika will come with a cheat, and then she will ask me to sit on my chair. So Professor Partha Das talked about that 3E does not work in innovation. That means entertainment does not work in innovation. That is my takeaway. My takeaway is you have to focus on 3C, 3I, and 3M. If I talk about 3C, it is connect, collaborate, and cooperate. So when we have all many IITs, all many industries, all many VCs, so let them to connect each other, let them to collaborate each other, and let them to cooperate for the common cause of the country. And the second takeaway of mine, when we have those many connections, cooperation, collaboration, how it will be achieved? It will be achieved through 3M. So your objective is to have 3I. The 3I objective is innovate, incubate, and industrialize. How it can be achieved? By 3M, provide mentoring support, provide marketing support, and provide mentoring, marketing, and money support. So all 3 supports you have to provide. Now, what is the takeaway for the institute? 9 MOUs involving some sort of transfer of funds also to the institute, to IIT Ahmedabad. Seeding unicorns through provide fund support to 5 startups and many more. And one more takeaway for the institute is perception building in the superest way. All many directors, Gen 1, Gen 2 directors, they all appreciated our honorable director in terms of the innovation hub which we have in the campus, in terms of the way we organize this InvenTiv program, 190 plus innovators, their accommodation, their fooding, everything taken care of very well. And then all pitching sessions, all those panel sessions, they all appreciated us. And then we have created a benchmark for InvenTiv 5.0. Let's see which IIT breaks that benchmark. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your words. Your guidance as advisor of InvenTiv 2026 has played a crucial role in strengthening the ecosystem required to take ideas from lab to market. We sincerely appreciate your valuable insights and are grateful for your continued leadership in fostering innovation-driven growth. May I now request Professor Sukumar Mishra, Director, IIT Ahmedabad, to kindly share his thoughts on InvenTiv 2026.
Good evening, dignitaries on the dais. The chief guest of this concluding session, Dr. A.K. Mishra, Director Simfer, Deputy Director, Dean R&D, the previous Dean R&D, PIC R&D, MC, other deans in this August gathering, faculty members, students, innovators, venture capitalists, angel investors, and media and other people in this August gathering. It is the concluding session of a program named as IInvenTiv 2026. You all have experienced the 2 days event which has taken place in the land of IIT ISM Dhanbad with collaboration of 5 IITs. As already told by Judge, this is the first time it has been experimented that whether IITs are able to collaborate or not. It is true that when intelligent peoples, when in the Hindi, Gyani people comes together, they bark against each other. And that becomes the afraid point of contention of whether intelligence people should collaborate or not. But with the help of our organizer, the collaborative thread between the 5 IITs has been able to be tied, and that shows the caliber of the organizing team. How do they control the barking noise through noise cancellator? And I must congratulate them who has made this device so that really the collaboration happened. Besides that, the theme deliberation and consequent upon the startup and the VC handshaking, as already mentioned by Judge, I am happy to see that which has happened for the first time on the IInvenTiv day itself. In other IInvenTiv, it might have happened subsequently. But on the day itself, it was probably the first time among these 4 IInvenTivs. I must mention here that for anything to happen, we need human beings. And human beings needs roti, kapda or makan. So, I am probably sure, not absolutely sure, but probably sure that the accommodation of you all has been taken care of at whatever best locations possible in the Dhanbad town and the city. So the Makan portion has been probably taken care of well by the organizer. Roti part, you must have seen food stalls, food joints, all are there inside the campus, and our team has given good quality and very tasty Indian foods in the lunch, dinner, and today's lunch. The third part, the kapda, That means the vitamin M, because to do that, I need money in my pocket, which will be taken care by subsequently the IInvenTiv, which is told by Ijaz that we will do this for subsequent 1 year to search for kapda, and I am sure he will fill that dot of roti, kapda and makan. Thank you all coming again to this August gathering in this Panman Auditorium. And I must mention here that this institute is going to its centenary year. So we have now completed 100 years. We will be completing the 100 years by this December. And in this centenary year, this occasion makes a breakthrough. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring and visionary address. Your leadership continues to shape an ecosystem where ideas are encouraged, innovation is nurtured, and impact is realized at scale. On this note, may I now request the chief guest of the concluding session, IInvenTiv2026, Professor A.K. Mishra, Director, CSR Simfer, to kindly share his remarks.
Thank you very much. Pleasant good evening to one and all present in here. Honorable Director, Professor Sukumar Mishra ji, respected Deputy Director, Professor Dheeraj Kumar ji, Professor Ijaz, Professor Das, Professor Sagar, all other respected head of the departments, former Deputy Director, former head of the departments, deans, former deans, associate deans, all faculty members present in here, students, researchers, innovators, and friends from press and media. Indeed, it is a proud privilege, honor to be here at the valedictory function. The last 2 days, what IIT ISM has witnessed in. It is very first time in the history of IIT ISM Dhanbad, wherein 15 or 16 directors of IITs gathering together, 190 exhibits or exhibitions were there from startups, entrepreneurs. And I remember just yesterday, we got in a message from DST that TIH has been granted to IIT ISM Dhanbad. And in a blink of eye, we have gotten the TTRP or the research park, which has been granted to IIT ISM Dhanbad. And then we do have the IInvenTiv2026 being celebrated, wherein all luminaries, all leading experts, researchers gathered in together to celebrate the success of IIT ISM Dhanbad. And all credit goes to the visionary leadership of Director Sir, Deputy Director, the whole team, and the former all Deputy Directors, all Deans, all Heads. It's all who are sitting in here, all faculty, all students, all alumni who made this come possible. So celebration or applause to all who are present in here for this event. Indeed, IIT ISM had been known for its impact, for its innovation, for its research, science and technology, and translational research in the domain of earth sciences. It's known to everyone. But apart from earth sciences, the other domains, now it is visible, as we saw in the 5 thematic areas wherein the gathering was there and the innovators came in together, wherein a platform was provided to exchange the ideas, discuss the ideas, talk about the innovations, and inspire with these discussions. So these ideas are being converted into innovation, and ultimately these innovations are converted to technology, to product, to process. And then that is being transferred either to the industry or to startup or to MSMEs, which IIT-ISM has been doing and now probably over a large scale it has started doing it. There's a great opportunity for all the innovators that they came in together, as well as the budding innovators, budding researchers who have got big responsibility as the country has envisioned to be Viksit Bharat by 2047, as well as self-reliant India, wherein in the recent past, the geopolitical scenario what we had seen in, and the disruptions in the energy. So energy security is one area wherein a lot of innovation is required, is being done, but still long way to go. Not absolute in terms of the energy storage, renewable energy, and clean energy. And during these deliberations in the last 2 days, innovators would have definitely got a feel when they work for their innovation, it needs to be with a purpose for humanity, a purpose for sustainability, a purpose to take care of Mother Earth, the own planet. And all that, when we do perceive the idea, it needs to be perceived with sustainability, with the reason to serve the society, reason to serve the planet, reason to serve the country. So I think this is a great initiative which had been taken up by the Honorable Director Sir and the whole team of IIT-ISM Dhanbad. I had an opportunity to interact with some of the participants. Their feedback was outstanding. So it was great experience for them. Getting in Dhanbad is obviously a bit troublesome as it's by air not connected directly. So for some of them, it was very first time they came in. They had a lot of desire to be at IIT-ISM Dhanbad, but unfortunately it was first time when they came in. But the memories, their experience, and their interactions were fabulous. That is what I got in, and that is what I wanted to communicate to Director Sir as well as whole of the team. So with these words, I'm really thankful that I'm part of it, and I wish all the startups, venture capitalists, and all those who participated in the program a very happy, safe, and comfortable journey back to home. And please continue this journey. One more thing I wanted to convey, I got to know that our external ECF is around 200 crores with a faculty strength of 400, each faculty per faculty 50 lakhs is a good one among all IITs. So with this, I wish everyone great success, and all those who have come from far off places, safe and comfortable journey back to home. With these words, thank you very much to each one who are present in here. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful and impactful address. We sincerely appreciate your inspiring words and are grateful for your continued support in bridging the gap between research and industry. Sir, if I could mention, our director, Professor Sukumar Mishra, doesn't believe what others say. So we would go live and take live feedback from audience here to hear out how is their feel about IInvenTiv2026. I invite, we already have one hand up, please.
Greetings to all. Dr. Daniel from Pan IT, Senior Advisor, Global Research and Publication, New Department came. First of all, I tender my sincere congratulations for the great feat what IIT Dhanbad have done. I think if I'm right, other than the Council of IIT BOG meeting, I think Dhanbad, this is the first time brought the largest number of directors on the same podium. And with that note, it is, at the regimen of intellectual rigor and with aspiration to achieve the target. And the human touch is always, looked at the last part. Either it is looked into with a professional stiffness. I think this is the first time, right from Afghanistan to Africa and to East Asia, this is the first time I felt a science conference with a human touch, whoever the professor I spoke. And they have, it's okay, Daniel, I mean, like beyond the professionalism, they exhibited humanness. I think with that note, second point I want to make it. And the third one, like Professor Ijaz Ahmad sir have highlighted some of the points. I think I tender sincere congratulations for achieving the number and for the aspiration documented by Professor Parthasarathi. From the Pan IIT, we give a commitment. We are with you to hold the hand, not IIT Madras, even we'll go further, we'll set the target. With that note, appreciation, congratulations, and looking forward to work with IIT Dhanbad from Pan IIT. Dr. Daniel.
Thank you, sir. Sir, so we have it live now. We request another feedback from anyone in the audience.
Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. This is Dr. Arijit Bhattacharya. To be very honest, human touch, which actually touched me. Excellent. Be that on food, be that calling, be that probably when I'm going back to my hotel, saying a goodbye. Everything was so perfect. And especially the kind of startup that you have brought into the campus and their mindset. And I would say they're not that professional pitching, but then when they are talking, the passion is the most important part, which showed like anything. So kudos to you. Really happy if we can probably do something good together. And let's see what life brings us to us. And maybe we can work together in a longer way. Thank you.
May I now humbly request Professor J.K. Patnaik, our seasoned academician, to let us know how this IInvenTiv2026 feels to him in the history of IIT ISM Dhanbad.
Thank you, Madhulikaji. It is really a very difficult task, and it was so sudden. I did never expect that it would be coming to me. So yes, in 2024, early, I think in the month of January, I had the privilege of attending one IInvenTiv there at IIT Hyderabad. Myself, Professor Dheeraj Kumar, Professor V.M.S.R. Murthy, Ijaz was also with us. And I'm forgetting, okay. So 5 of us, we had been to IIT Hyderabad. And believe me, that there should not be any comparison, but I understand that the magnitude and with the perfection, this 2 days, you have all managed things. This is quite phenomenal. Each of you is praiseworthy for that particular matter. And one thing, I attended all sessions yesterday. Starting from the beginning at around 9:30 or 9:40, I just entered.
Sir, you have 100% attendance.
Oh, yes. And whenever I was going through this thematic area, I was thinking that whether it is, in what way it would be impacting us. But trust me, when I started listening to them, their deliberations and the way it was summarized after certain deliberations, it was really eye-opening. Many of the things, personally, I did never know. Had I been missing yesterday, I would have really missed some very important aspect of IInvenTiv, means the thematic areas that you have already categorized. And for last 31 years I have been working with, means for last 20 years, 2 decades, I have been working with all of you. You are fantastic group, very good human beings, that matters the most. And perhaps I would be also echoing the same sentence, that it is perhaps this incentive which could witness the congregation of these many directors of IITs, vice chancellors, other higher educational institutions directors. So it is, in that way, it is very successful. These thematic areas are all considered to be very contemporary, and the most important part, the most interesting part is just this collaboration of bringing the entrepreneurs, those who are with the startup, and the vice chancellors, venture capitalists, venture capitalists, and their interaction, effective interaction, and the number that was being announced by Professor Ijaz, it was really phenomenal. Thanks, my sincere thanks, heartfelt thanks to all of you, to all the organizing committee members. I have seen you also. I personally, I was present in the administrative block on 2nd of April, 3rd of April, and 4th of April. I have seen all of you in Deputy Director's chamber, and the type of brainstorming session going on. So I witnessed that one partially. And congratulations to all of you. This is, and to Director Sir. Sir, the showcase of our institution was really phenomenal. And Professor Parthasarathi, his team, actually with the guidance of Professor Sukumar Mishra, the way you projected this one, I interacted with almost all directors who were present yesterday. Everybody was very much, means they were saying some very beautiful words. And my tenure in this institution for last 31 years, I've never heard this sort of things from all directors, those who were present. I'm saying it is univocally all directors, those who were present. They were really very happy the way this was organized, the way it was conducted, the academic input to that, the research input to the whole issue, and right now the session, the concluding session, the way it is being conducted, it is mesmerizing. And I'm thankful to all of you. And I think it is the most satisfying thing to me as a human being, as a faculty member of this institute. And I think it is the best part of the whole thing. Thank you. Thanks to all of you. And Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you so much, sir. I don't think anybody can use such a right blend of words to define IInvenTiv 2026. On this note, may I now request Professor Sukumar Mishra to kindly felicitate our chief guest, Professor A.K. Mishra, for the session. Thank you, sir. May I now request Professor Sagar Pal to express gratitude.
Good evening, everyone. I think now it's evening. The dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. You know, my duty is to give the vote of thanks, right? It was already been given by the present Dean R&D, to some extent by the director, sir, Ijaz. But anyway, still it's my duty to give a vote of thanks. First of all, I'm sincerely thankful to the directors of 4 participating IITs, Professor Patra from IIT BHU, Professor Chakrabarti from IIT Kharagpur, Professor Karmalkar from IIT Bhubaneswar, Professor Singh from IIT Patna. Next, all the participants, because as Izaz was showing the, the list of participants and all those things, I was counting the number repeatedly. I think 4 years back, I organized one conference, RTCS 2022, where the number of participants were 636, out of which I think 85 were from the institute and rest were from outside. So I was thinking this is probably the highest gathering ever since at IIM Dhanbad, but this time it crossed. Anyway, it's a big event. Now, and since that it's place of Dhanbad, and that people are before coming, we are also thinking that how many participants and how many that innovators and VCs and investors would be coming over here. But we are extremely grateful to all the innovators, the startups, the VCs, that the directors, and I think deans, associate deans to be here. And thank you very much for all of you to be here at IIM Dhanbad. Next, the team of WIN to be here for inaugurating the WIN COE, the team of Renew from New Delhi to inaugurate the Renew COE. Now let's come to our inner part, right? So it was way back, I think in July. Sat told Sagar, I'm thinking to go for, the then dinner and means I was then dinner and Sagar, can I think for IInvenTiv? Oh, yes, sir, let's off. And I think it was in June, probably not July. And then August, I had some, that medical issues, so I wanted to leave this position. So then Sat told, you have to think once because IInvenTiv is coming. So I told Sat, don't worry. We have some, that interesting people in R&D team. Few of them, one of them is highly calculative, highly meticulous, highly serious, and that's why that day I told, sir, you can be assured that IInvenTiv would be a great success because I was overconfident as long as Izaz will be attached to the R&D team, IInvenTiv is going to be a fabulous one. And you won't believe, August, September, October, November, December, January, February, March, and probably he couldn't take a sleep for last few nights. Next, there, that always there used to be some silent workers. The two silent workers who didn't come in front, one is Professor Samadar, another one is Professor Sarthak. So thanks to both of them because they did a lot of work. Now, that if there would have been any problem, in the institute, who is the problem solver? He is sitting in the dais. कभी भी होता है, अरे सर ये नहीं हो रहा है, अरे सागर कूल डाउन हो जाएगा, आज भी सुबह एक इंसिडेंट हुआ, I don't want to disclose. अरे यार ये तो 1 minute का काम है. So thanks Dheeraj sir. Without him, it won't be possible to have this IInvenTiv a successful event. From administration point of view, because since I was attached to R&D for a long time, almost for 7 years, the entire team of R&D, starting from here, DR, all the staff members, even the DWWs, everyone are very supportive. Prabodji, I think he left. From all administrative work, he was highly helpful. The entire Dean teams, for each and every aspect, our institute's media team was fully supportive. Now, I'm coming towards the closing portion. And that, but before that, I want to point out 2 points. In any conference or any, that event, the most hodgepodge point is the transportation and accommodation, right? And that as sir told, he was there in IIT Hyderabad and I was there in IIT Delhi, IIT Hyderabad and IIT Madras. So transportation and accommodation, mostly the innovators used to do it by themselves. But this time we thought that since it is Dhanbad and it's our 100th year celebration, so we'll try to provide as more as possible. And its complete credit goes to the entire travel and accommodation team. They did the work flawlessly with the leadership of Kekadi. We are really thankful to Professor Keka Oja. She did a fabulous job. and the two persons. I worked with Assis till midnight, till 2 o'clock, till 3 o'clock in the night, and he was calm and cool because transportation is a big headache and accommodation is sort of in the guest house. They did fabulous work. Nevertheless, I'd like to mention one name, that is Madhulika. Starting from the beginning, she was doing a lot of work, and till now she is continuing because she just informed me a few minutes back that I'll have to say a vote of thanks. Anyway, now finally, this event will not be a successful one without the full support of Mr. Sir, our Honorable Director. कभी कभी डांट देते हैं, मेरे ऊपर भी एक दो बार डांट दिया है, बट एनीवे इजाज और मधुलिका और समर्था सर के ऊपर ज्यादा डांट मिल रहा था, बट एनीवे इट वाज हिज guidance, his support, his vision, along with Dhiraj sir, these duo. And one person is very humble, you know. He's sitting here. Morning, at the beginning he told, जो कुछ अच्छा हुआ इन लोगों ने किया, and जो भी खराब हुआ है वो मैंने किया. So just like in Bengali, there is a, that name called Harish Chandra. He's behaving like that, but it's not like that. He was calm and cool because Izaz is a perfectionist guy. So he wanted to have everything in a perfectional way. कुछ भी थोड़ा सा इधर उधर होता है तो he used to annoy, he used to start shouting. So मेरा और पार्थोदा का, that we used to do that, अरे यार चुप हो जाओ. And as up to whatever maybe the time, it's early morning 2 o'clock, morning 3 o'clock, or even whole night, he used to sit in the R&D. So it's not like that he didn't do anything. May not be in a different way, maybe in a different way, he was helpful for the, that successful completion of this IInvenTiv. And once more, to all the participants, thank you very much for here. And before, I complete my vote of thanks, I want to add, I was just seeing 2 WhatsApp messages. One is from one of the D&Ds of earlier organizing IInvenTiv. He was very good friend. He's senior to me, but we had a very good friendship. He wrote, Sagar, thanks for nice hospitality, great event. Even I would say that it is the best IInvenTiv ever since we have had. That is from one director. I don't want to disclose the name. I will tell it to Mr. Sir. उसने बोला, Sagar, yaar, I think Bharat Innovate अगर IIT ISM Dhanbad में हो जाता तो probably it would have been better. And anyway, I missed 2 names, sorry. This panel is excellent. So thanks goes to the entire panel team that is led by, that Dixit sir and I think Kolanda. And for all the VCs, industries and innovators, the credit completely goes to Alok. I don't know whether Alok is here or not, but he took a lot of pain to bringing the VCs over here, and that bringing the VCs at the place like Dhanbad, it's a difficult task, but he took all the pain along with, I think, Saurav, right? The name of that in NBCTI, and the NBCTI, and finally the TechSpin team for whole support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I would like to take this opportunity to express our heartfelt gratitude to Professor Sagar Pal for his immense contribution in making IInvenTiv2026 a grand success. We sincerely thank him for his tireless efforts and outstanding commitment in bringing this vision to life. As we come to the close of IInvenTiv2026, we carry not just ideas, but a renewed sense of purpose and collaboration. The discussions, the partnerships, and the innovations witnessed over these 2 days reaffirm our collective commitment towards building a self-reliant, innovative, and globally competitive India. Let us continue to collaborate, innovate, and transform ideas into impactful solutions for the future. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the dignitaries, speakers, participants, organizers, and everyone who contributed to making this event a grand success. With this, we conclude IInvenTiv 2026 until we meet again. Thank you. I request everyone to kindly rise for national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you, everyone.
भाई हो तुम सुनते ही नहीं हो मेरे